In this event-driven architecture course, you'll learn to build a modern SaaS application using NextJS and Clerk. Throughout this course, you'll master webhooks, authentication flows, and role-based access control while building a production-ready application. The course dives deep into database management with NeonDB and Prisma, implementing CRUD operations and pagination. Hitesh Chowdhury created this course. He'll teach you to build event-driven applications that scale.
All right, let me share an interesting case study with you. So in my last startup, where I was working on building products and to sell the products as well, we worked really hard in building our web application. We chose India's best payment provider and payment aggregator. And turns out there was an issue in that payment model that we injected in our application. It was a really interesting problem to solve as well. So whenever a user comes to buy our product, he clicks on purchase, and it's a common thing that sometimes your purchase fails. But what nobody tells you that in the payment gateways and payment aggregators, it doesn't fail immediately. Payment aggregator tries on behalf of your payment, maybe that's a network drop or something, after a few minutes. And that minutes are really the crazy thing. Because whenever you buy something, you don't expect that, hey, if once the failure has happened, that means done, the failure has happened. I'm not going to get charged again. But what most of these payment aggregators don't tell you, that they actually retries for that same payment with that same whole cryptographic mechanism and everything, that, hey, just retry that. And sometimes the payment goes through. And this is the problem. A lot of time users were coming back to us with a complaint that, hey, first it said failure, and then somehow I'm being charged, but I didn't receive my course. And you would also be mad on us that, hey, you charged us, but you didn't give the course access. Now, turns out this is still a common problem that exists, but you have to actually learn about the event-driven architecture to solve this problem. And this is not just about a payment aggregator in India. This works in Stripe, this works in PayPal, and every single payment gateway. This is just one problem that I'm sharing with you. And there are many other situations which are like this, which you really need to learn that how we can solve and mitigate these problems. I learned them through a hard way, but I expect that you're going to be learning them without being into that kind of a mess. This is known as event-driven architecture. And in some cases, if such events happen, that job of the payment aggregator or whoever the service provider is, his job is to notify you in your system, and you have to create a system such that somebody can reach out and notify you that, hey, this event happened. We were able to capture this payment a little bit later or whenever that happened. And now you have to trigger some events in your database that, hey, let's give the access to the user or something like that. This is a really interesting problem, and I wanted to really make this kind of tutorial for a really long. So in this entire series, we're not only going to learn about the Next.js basics, but we are also going to learn about the event-driven architecture. Not only that, we are also going to learn that how we can decouple our authentication system. Decoupling the authentication system is one of the best things that you can do. Not only that, you can focus just now on building the features which actually are useful for your users, and you can sell it to the users. Most of the time, people are just working too much in the authentication system. My goal always is work on the features. People are paying you not for authentication, but the features that your application is working on. So today we're going to learn in this whole series that how we can use Clerk as an authentication system, and not just for having the email, password, sign up and login. Everybody can do that. Sign up, login is not an issue. But what the Clerk provides you are the superpowers that you can enable with just a toggle. For example, if I just toggle into the Clerk, automatically, maybe I don't want to accept more users. So automatically my sign up form will become into a waiting list form. That's awesome. I don't have to write any more code for it. Maybe you want to support GitHub. Just one toggle. Maybe you want to support LinkedIn, just one toggle. Maybe you want to verify every single users by sending them an email and have an OTP with them. That's what we are going to learn in this course, but hey, that's just one toggle. Not only that, maybe your website is under attack and you want to enable the CAPTCHAs. No, you don't have to write extra code for it, because your time, your code, your work should go on to building features, not only these basics. So let somebody else handle this. This is too much of the code, too much of the engineering time. Let somebody else handle that. So I'll show you that how you can just with the toggle, you can enable the CAPTCHAs, automatic CAPTCHAs that are served automatically behind the scene, or maybe upfront CAPTCHA. Hey, fix this and then only you can log in. And this is just the tip of the iceberg that I'm telling you. Clerk is really the holy grail of the authentication system. They're constantly building more, and we're going to learn that how we can actually decouple these authentication system from application. It will be a standalone entity, and through that we're going to bring up everything in our own databases, our own email ID system, our users will be created, all of this. This is going to be one of the great example. Not only that, when you work in the real world production system, testing these webhooks and event-driven architecture is a no joke. You cannot do that on your local host, not on 127.0.0.1. It's a pain. You cannot do that. So we're going to learn that how these tunnel proxies works and how these tunneling system works. So we're going to learn through about the nginx and how you can have a testing system set up within your local host, because this is what is expected from you when you go into a real world startup or a production system. This is that production system that we're going to learn about that. And our focus is to build a starter template for the SaaS that is going to be a sellable product on your own. So really happy to introduce you this series, which we are having this. Don't worry, let me show you what is the demo and how it looks like and how we're going to work through with this one. So let me share the screen with you. And by first look at this. The website is HTTPS. Yes, this is on our local host. We're going to work with the shaggy-mask-cell-loca.it. Again, these are random URLs, but they are on HTTPS. And these URL helps you to serve on the local host. Yes, the local builds are a little bit slower, but they automatically get really fast in the production. But this is all what we're going to learn, that how we can build that. And we're going to discuss the architecture of this very, very soon. But you can now go ahead and hit the sign in. You can go ahead and hit the sign up wherever you want to go, wherever you want to work. Not only that, in our sign up, whenever the user enters the email and password, we are going to send an OTP to the email of the user, and then we are going to just go ahead and verify that user again. Again, we are not going to be writing that code. We are going to be relying on Clerk for that, and you're going to see how easy it is. Now, once a user logged in, we're going to learn that how we can restrict the user from consuming our resources. This is the 101 SaaS feature. You want to get your users in, you maybe want to try them product for X amount of duration or for X amount of quantity, but once that quantity is reached, you really want them that, hey, I don't want to have you further, either pay me or reach me out, and then we can allow you to have more of that product. Maybe that product is AI generation of images, maybe uploading more videos, whatever that is. We just want to work on that SaaS level of application, multi-tenant system. That is our goal to achieve. Now here you can see I cannot just go ahead and add another one. So if I go ahead and say test 4, I just add this. This doesn't allow me to add more of it. Again, this is really slow because we are tunneling that. So again, error, failed to do because it says you have reached the maximum number of free to-dos. But yes, there are ways that you can go ahead and hit that subscribe. You can hit that behind the paywall system, and there's a lot that can be done onto this one. And you're going to see in the database as well that how it works. Right now, this user is false. And again, we'll see the whole user list, how that is being worked on. We have the whole to-do system as well. But again, this could be really complex system that can work with that. So we'll come back here and we'll see that we can just go ahead and change the system, currently not subscribed. You can add a payment gateway here for the subscribe that, hey, pay now, and only after that you can trigger this. So much more can be done onto this one. This, I agree, is painfully slow because it's tunneling, it's doing so much more. Now, once you hit that subscribe, I have just simulated that here. You're going to notice if I can refresh this, I have to refresh it from here. And all we got to do is we have just a flag which says true or false is subscribed. So it's true now. And now I can go back and just keep on adding more of the stuff. That means I'm consuming more of the product. Maybe that's an AI-based product. Maybe you're generating thumbnails or ideas for YouTube. You can sell anything, whatever you like. So this is a classic 101 SaaS template that we're going to build. And again, now we can just go ahead and say test 4 and we can add that. And of course, the regular old functionality of what can be done with the complete, delete. You get the idea. We have even pagination, all of that, so you can work with that. So we're going to work quite a lot in depth with that. Not only that, we are going to work with the SQL side of the thing. So we will be having a Neon database as a serverless Postgres. It's a really interesting database to work on with, and they provide you a whole lot of things to work on with that. Our favorite SQL editor is all up here so that we can query our database, work with that. It's a fantastic one. I'm really enjoying working with this, and I can just yell about them for whole day, but again, I'm not going to do that. I'll wait for that one. Again, we'll be using Clerk for knowing about what can we do, and we are going to learn about the configurations, not only just the configurations, what more we can do, but most importantly, webhooks, how we can trigger those webhooks. How can we understand how to use webhooks, how to implement the webhooks in a professional environment. So again, coming back onto this, what we're going to learn. We're going to learn to build a SaaS, software as a service, going through the event-driven architecture, which is the webhooks. The 101 of the event-driven architecture is webhook, but it is not limited to that. Once you understand the basics of it, you can implement in other places as well. We're also going to learn about decoupling of the authentication system. Clerk is one of such example where you can just leave the whole authentication system to them, and from their system you can extract the required information like email or anything else that you're required to work with that. So we're going to decouple that, and we'll store things into our own databases like SQL, but it could be MongoDB as well. But in this case, we'll be working with the SQL side of things, which is Neon and Postgres, and it's really fun to work with that. There are so many ORMs available. We're going to talk about pros and cons of all these ORMs and how you can make even this service as a paid sellable products. SaaS starter template kits sells anywhere between the range of $20 to $200. Depends on how much services you are giving them out of the box. Is authentication configured? Is database being configured? Are the basic tables being already designed? Is the storage being covered? That's how all it works. It's a fantastic whole series that we're going to work through. But again, this series requires a whole lot of support from your side. So please, wherever you're watching this, please tweet about this. And again, help me to reach out more if you're watching it. Just comment down below that, hey, we are watching it, we are enjoying it. Something would be really, really appreciable in this one. So from the next video, we're going to first draw architecture of this, that how this application is going to work, how we design these applications and the whole flow of it. And once we are done with that, then we're going to fire up our NextJS application and we'll start writing the code. Let's catch up in the next video. Welcome everyone to the video where we are going to learn about event-driven architecture. So what is an event-driven architecture? Event happens, you get to know about it, and you react on that. And that's it. Honestly, this is it. This is all about the event-driven architecture. These are the fancy words and fancy fuzzwords which are introduced to you. And at first, as an engineer, you are afraid of it, like, oh, it should be something really, really big. No, it's not really big. It's just a really basic concept. Something happens, whatever the things happens, it's the duty of other third party or other servers to notify you about that event whenever that happens. And you should be ready all the time about it. And if you give it a thought again, yeah, that's what we do when the sign up happens. Somebody hits on that sign up, that's an event, and our server is ready, listening on that port, on that URL. And that's what the server-driven architecture is. And yes, so this is the way how you should handle and learn about server-driven architecture. Not only that, I will walk you through with the diagrams as well. But rest assured, one quick note here. We explicitly went into the Clerk and tested out thoroughly about the event-driven architecture. So you're going to see a lot of error rates. We wanted to explicitly fail it on all these cases, so we know about where all the cases where it fails. So I can walk you through that, hey, be cautious. These are the things where things fell down, and you should not be doing that. And this is the way how you should be implementing Clerk in your application with the event-driven architecture, so that you can use it Clerk with any of the databases, whether it's MongoDB, Neon, SQL, MySQL, whatever. But this is the system and the architecture that you follow, and you're going to be all happy with this architecture. So let me walk you through with this first. So this is where the webhooks, you actually see that in the Clerk page. So if you go up here you're going to see this. And here we can see that we can mention any of the endpoint. Now this endpoint, you can see very familiar with the NextJS endpoint. It says /API/webhook/register. Don't worry about the URL. For the testing purposes, we have to roll out the URL. So whenever I spin up my local tunnel, notice here, the local tunnel actually gives me a new URL every single time. So to test it out, I have to inject this one. It doesn't work on localhost. We tried it thoroughly, that how it works, and I'm going to walk you through with the endpoints and how it works. So once you go up here, here you can actually do the testing as well, like what event you want to trigger. And Clerk gives you so many of the events that can work. For example, user created, email created, organization being created, permission deleted, updated, role deleted. So yes, there is a role-based access as well. We're going to work with that. Session created, even user created at edge. This is probably one of the most superpower of this. And SMS created. Maybe you want to send an email. Maybe you want to notify your own system. There's so much more that comes with that. And again, we're going to learn and walk through with all of this, that how it goes through. We will walk through that each of the failure reason why it failed. We'll study the logs. We'll go through in depth of it. Now, one more thing which reminds us that, hey, there are roles. Yes, we are going to work in the roles in this application. So this is the admin side, admin dashboard of our application. In the admin, you can just look for all the users, or you can have a list of all the users. In this case, we went with the searching of the user. You can enter the email, search the user, and you get all the details. You can probably cancel their subscription, add their subscription, and all the details that they are doing in your software, you got to know about them. So coming back onto the point, yeah, this is a really colorful diagram, but this is exactly what we'll be building up. So this whole video is all about understanding the event-driven architecture, what we're going to build. This is how you should also get started. That gives you at least a clear picture that what we want to do. In this case, our goal is simple. We want to build a SAAS starter kit and at least have a tutorial on it so that we know that, okay, if I want to build my SAAS starter kit or any starter kit, these are the things I have to do. And this is how the things are architectured. So first of all, we can see that we have actually kind of isolated our Clerk system here. And this is why the Clerk is made, and this is why the Clerk is designed, so that it stands as a standalone architecture and you can inject that in any application. And this is exactly what we'll be using. So this is our application. These two things that you see, user and admin, these are our NextJS app, single app that works as a user, that works as an admin. And this is our database where we are working. Now, in any given database, whether that's Postgres or MongoDB, you are going to store all of your users as well. That is kind of a user database that you have. Apart from that, you have a usage your feature or your application as well. In this case, we have chosen just a basic to-do app, but it could be as complex as you wish. This has nothing to do with this template boilerplate that we have here. So how does this work? First of all, let's talk about the user side. A user simply just comes onto your web page, hits a sign up route. And when he hits the sign up route, we actually redirect that all the request, all the details to the Clerk. Now, it's the job of the Clerk to actually work with the registration process. That registration process could be OAuth, like Google login, LinkedIn login, or any other login that you want to just turn on. In this case, we want to have an email-based login. Not only just email, we want to send an SMS, not the SMS, but yeah, one-time password to the user email address. So whatever the user email address is being given to us, we'll send one-time password to that email. User will collect that one-time password and will fill in one of the form that we'll give him just after the registration. If he successfully fills that, then only we'll allow the user that, hey, you are successfully registered in our application. This whole process of giving the OTP and everything, we don't have to code out. Can we code out? Yes, of course, but we don't want to focus on that. Our focus is on building the application. So this whole thing will be covered up by the Clerk itself. Once we are done with that, then user can hit the route of the login and we are going to allow the user to log in. Now, after the login, there is a lot of process that Clerk allows us to work with. For example, we can have the session base. We can have a whole bunch of strategies which we can use to log in the user. We'll definitely go in depth of it, that how it works and how it's being recommended by the Clerk, and we'll go through with that. Now, once the login is being created, the customer actually comes back onto your application. Now, if you implement or inject the strategy just like that, they're not doing anything at all. You will never get that who actually signed up your application, and you can never register that to the database, because all this process you're going to always see as a table of the users in your application. Yes, this is the way I see myself. But the whole point of building such application is to have the ability to store these users in our database as well. So this is where the webhook comes up. So as soon as the user registered successfully, once the whole registration process is complete along with the OTP, then as soon as this is being done, the Clerk has the ability to shoot a lot of events. These are known as webhooks. So we will wait for that one event, which is known as user.created. And as we saw, it has a whole lot of events that can be triggered. So in our application, we will be creating an API endpoint, which is known as webhook register. And again, it could be named as anything, as you saw just here, that this could be named anything in your application. If I go ahead, work on the configure and into the webhook, this takes a little bit of time. There we go. So notice here, it says API webhook register, but it could be all Superman. Nobody cares about it. It can be anything. So the whole point is notify your webhook along with the secret that yes, if any event comes to you just like this, you can notify me on this URL. And this URL or an API endpoint listens like any other endpoint, like API sign up endpoint or like a login endpoint. And once anybody hits that, there's a special way and there is a special mechanism to address these endpoints. You cannot just treat them as like a regular web request. There is a whole lot of things that you have to actually worry about that. So if I go into the Clerk, we're going to go ahead and see that, hey, how does this works? In the testing point as well, you're going to see that if anything fails here, you are going to see a whole lot of events that are being created. Notice here, what are these SWIX ID? What is this SWIX signature? What is this SWIX timestamp? So there is a special mechanism we have to learn and study about knowing all these SWIX. And don't worry, there is an NPM package for it, but we have to study about that. So this is the new part that you're going to study about the webhooks in this tutorial. All right, so moving back. So once you learn about handling these SWIX, we're going to register or kind of a respond onto an event that was triggered. We'll verify that hey, whether the event is coming up from a verified resource or not. Otherwise, anybody can just create these events and you might be responding to gazillions of these endpoints. No, we'll be verifying them properly through the secrets and all these stuff. And once that is being done, through that event, we would love to extract some of the information. Since this specific event is for user.created, we will extract the user email from it, and then we are going to reach out to our database and fill a table known as user, and we'll add all information in the user. And that's what you see in the database up here. It could be any database, but we happen to choose a Neon for this case. And you can see we have a user table where we get the user ID here. And if I can just, there we go, user ID. These are the Clerk user ID. And we have these email fields being given to us. Come on, there we go. And this is our own custom field. Subscription end, the to-dos is another table that we are actually linking it up, and the true false subscription, these are all the database fields that we have. Now, once this is all done, then we also have to work on one more thing. Our application, whatever the consume services to do, these are basics. Anybody can design them, no big deal. What we're going to learn after that is how we can have actually a role-based access. Through the same application, we will look out into the routes and we will do some of the settings in the Clerk so that any user, if we want to, we can make them as an admin. And through that, you will be able to access some of the admin routes, which can search for the user in the database, and then we can get a list of all the users database. Not only that, we will be able to grab much more than that. So all the user details, whenever your subscription status is, and basically all the table dumps that we have, and all the user tables as well. Again, this is a simple join operation that we can perform and work with that. So, and again, this to do can be replaced with anything. Maybe you are calling on ChatGPT on user's behalf, or maybe you are giving a whole subscription where on behalf of user can just drop down and select ChatGPT, Claude, and multiple of these LLM models. Maybe this is the application or a SaaS that you want to build. Again, the possibilities are endless, but I want to just bring up a simple architecture that helps you to understand, okay, how this kind of a SaaS applications are being built with the Clerk as an authentication module, as well as working on the users and admin side of it, role-based access, again, webhooks. So there's so much. Ton of information is packed in this entire playlist, and I hope you are going to love this. All right, so if this is all clear, which I'm pretty sure you have, in the next video, we'll be firing up our NextJS application. Again, my goal in this entire series is not to design it absolutely beautifully. I'll be barely writing any of the CSS. I'll be depending on the ShadCN and the Tailwind CSS on that, but it's your job to make it more beautiful, more user reachable and users should say wow. My goal is to show you the functionality part of it. So please expect that. Don't expect me to write all those CSS and make these as a fancy landing page. I'm more of a functionality kind of a person. So again, go ahead and design the most beautiful page that you can, but I'll be focusing more on the functionality part of it. All right, super excited with this entire series and going forward for this. Please, please, please do support me in the comment section. Your love in the comments and reviews. This is something that makes me super happy. All right, in the next video, let's fire up our NextJS application and work on with the basic setup and the application architecture of it. Let's catch up in the next video. All right, moving on. This is the video where we create our first NextJS application and connect it with the database. We'll be connecting with the Neon database, which sounds like a regular Postgres database, but it has a lot of bells and whistles. Neon is a serverless Postgres database, and it is so much different than the regular Postgres. But the fun part is it can act as a regular Postgres database. You will never come to know that, hey, these are all the extra features that it has. We're not here to talk much about the Neon in this particular video, but we'll learn about the connection. And by the way, if Neon guys are watching it or somebody can reach me out from the Neon, I'll link them up with me on the Twitter. I would love to work closely with them. These are awesome. So I would really always love to work with the people whose tech stack that I'm already using. Anyways, let's move forward and show you some architecture, and let's fire up our NextJS application, our VS Code. That's how things works. So let me share the screen. All right, so the application architecture that we want to work on is like this. We want to set up our backend. So our backend frontend is all same Next.js. We have to inject some kind of ORM in between so that we can actually write SQL through the ORM and it can connect with the database. But before all of this, it's important that we go onto Next.js. You won't be seeing this by the time you're watching the video. Probably the tickets are gone. All we need is this simple command to work with the Next.js application. I'll go into here. This is the already folder where I'll be working with this. I'll say create next app latest. I'll just say, hey, let's just run through an application. What would be the project name? I would be calling this as a SAAS starter app. Yeah, sounds decent. TypeScript, yes, why not? Linting, yes, and Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no, I don't need that. App router, yes, and no, I don't want to customize anything, and this is the basics. In case you are worried and afraid about the TypeScript, don't worry, it's all okay. It will be all fine. You don't need to worry anything about it. As much as required for this application, I'll walk you through. TypeScript is just a superset of JavaScript. So end of the day, if you write even the plain vanilla JavaScript with the file named as TS, it will still work. But with the TypeScript, we get an additional safety of the types that we don't have in JavaScript. So you don't have to worry about anything. It will be under control. In the meantime, then it does all the stuff that it needs to do. Oh, that's almost fast. And some deprecation stuff as well. That is OK. And now let's just quickly do an ls. And we need to go into SAAS starter app and do a quick ls. All the files are up here. I can just go ahead and fire up my VS Code editor. And where are you? Where are you? Here it is. Got lost. And there we go. We can just expand this up. And there we go. So this is how the basic of the modern Next.js application looks like. Turns out the public folder is all gone. You have seen that, but hey, we were never using the public folder altogether. So it's there, it's gone, doesn't really bother us much. What we have is just one folder, which is app, and inside all the majority of the stuff happens. So nothing to be worried on that part. It's all okay. It's all under control. And that's it. That's all what we have. Now what we need to do next is connect with one of the ORM, and we'll have a small discussion on the ORM as well. And we'll also get fired up with the Neon. So again, the NeonDB is nice, and they provide you enough of the free tiers. So let me just go ahead and walk you through neon.tech. So if you go ahead and look at their pricing, this is what we need. A free plan which has one project and can just work with that. So starter just for free, just like that. And I'll just close this one so that you can just sign up. Go ahead and click on this. Should be super easy. And there we go. Click on this button and it does the job, majority of the job. And after that, since I can create only one project, I I probably will buy a plan so that I can have multiple projects. And in this case, let's just go ahead and remove this. So I'll just go ahead and say, hey, let's just go to settings. I would love to delete it. Don't love to, but SAAS. And there we go. So this is how you see the very first project that is being generated. Again, there are a lot of options how and where you can deploy this. My project name is going to be SAAS-starter. Yeah, that's good. You can also pick up your Postgres version. I think 16 is good enough for me. The database name is going to be my SAAS. I can have multiple databases as well in this. I'll just go with the AWS, and you can pick up your region, whichever is closer to you. I guess I'm going to go ahead and select Singapore would be a little nearer to me. And I'll just say create project. Now this takes just a couple of seconds. I'll just skip this. And there you go. Now all you got to do is you can actually connect it with the Postgres. You can connect it with the NextJS. It has the option and all the values that you can do with this. You can go ahead and have your Prisma connection just like this. Whole bunch of things are mentioned. The most important part for us, according to our setup, is just this Postgres. And as soon as you click on the copy snippet, it just copies everything. And you don't have to worry about these passwords. It copies that as well in the real character format. You don't have to worry and anything on that. Now, another thing that comes up into our picture is what ORM we are going to choose. Now, in this case, since I promised to you that I will show you the Prisma as well, that's why I went up and showed we'll be using the Prisma in this one. But there's another very popular ORM in this case, which is Drizzle. And on the very homepage of the Drizzle, you are going to see things like this, which is performance. Drizzle doesn't slow you down. If you look at the benchmark result, you are going to see that this is how the result actually looks like. And they show you the whole detail that how much latency is there, how much request per second it can handle, and how does it impact, what's the CPU load. So yeah, overall, they mentioned this. This is a bold move that you can mention your competition upfront, and for all the good reasons. I will definitely very soon make more videos on Drizzle, and will show you that how Drizzle is these days the go-to solution as an ORM. But in this case, we're going to be using Prisma just for the sake of it, so I'll work with that. Again, go ahead and read more about it. And again, there are a lot of articles that you're going to see just like this. We migrated SQL. Don't use Prisma. So Prisma has some of the performance chunks which is known for the industry. Again, both of them are updating on the go. Drizzle is also updating. Prisma also updating. But turns out a lot of people are moving towards Drizzle, including me. We'll talk about them. So in this case, let's go with the Prisma, and NextJS, we're already here. So for Prisma, it's super easy. Go with the ORM and quick start. Ignore all these stuffs at the top. The first thing that you want to do is Prisma install as a dev dependency. So just go ahead and fire this up. We'll just go ahead and say, we could have used bun here as well. And make sure it's a -- save dev, because Prisma doesn't do anything in your application. It's a development dependency. It helps you to write some of the code. Once you are done with this, then you have to initialize it with the database provider. In this case, our database provider is actually not SQLite, but actually Postgresql. And once you do this, it initializes Prisma. And there we go. You are going to see a new folder which says Prisma. You are also going to see a .env file. This is where it expects that you will be pasting the database URL. So let's go back onto the Neon. Copy the snippet, come back here and just paste it up there. So this is all up here. By the time you'll be watching the video, I'll be deleting this one, so for sure. So go ahead and paste up your own. So this is what is required for this one. After that, you're going to notice the Prisma. This looks like this. This is colorless, and this actually goes like that. So the one thing that we have to do for this one is, I don't use Prisma much, so I don't have the extension. For this video's sake, I'll just install this. It actually makes a life a little bit easier. So you can just also install it for the sake of this video or this project, and then eventually you'll be moving on to the other Drizzle and all of that. So this looks a little bit more colorful now. So this is good part. Okay, so how does this work? Let's go on back to, not here, but definitely here. The next step is, once you have initialized, you want to write your models. Prisma has its own way of writing these models, and that's the interesting part. Prisma has a lot of clients to work with that. So this is not just the only client. So the client means, how does the Prisma work? The step one is you write all of your models here. Once you write the model, then you have to actually migrate these models into the database. And in case you have worked with like Django or something, yes, almost same like that. And then it provides you these provider. Prisma has a lot of providers which are generated based on your model so that you can get all the suggestions. And Prisma Client JS is one of them. There are many others available. So probably if we can just look for the providers, database providers. Yeah, it should be this one. So yeah, there are Prisma clients. So I've seen them. Probably not going to be seeing them up here, but yeah, rest assured there are lots of these providers being available to us. All right, the next thing is that it mentions that, hey, provider, you'll be using Postgres, and for the URL to find out about the database, I can go ahead and look up into the environment variables and work with that. So this is the basics. Now we need to go back into the part that, hey, how the clerk is going to inject with that. This is the part we already know. But we are on to this phase now, that NeonDB, we want to have a user, which eventually will come to us from the clerk. So be assured of that part. So we need a model for the user. Now, whatever the application you are building, that's your regular work. So go ahead and do that. In this case, we have chosen that we'll be using to-dos. So every user will have many of the to-dos to be injected. This is the basics. So let's just design a simple model for this one. So all you have to do is write model and then provide the model name just like this, and there we go. Now, in case of Prisma, the way how you do it is just write an ID. So this is going to be my unique identifier. And again, I need to turn this off and disable. All right, so that we can write it and talk about it. So the ID is the unique identifier that you can mention, just like you do that in any SQL database. I will just say, hey, this will be a string, and yep. And once this is the string, you have a lot of options to work with that. For example, you have ID to make it a uniquely identifier. You have the UUID as well. So come on, UUID. I think there is a UUID @ there is a UUID. Again, in this case, I just worked with the ID. So that's where, again, I work majorly with the drizzle these days. You get the point. Then we will obviously be storing email into this one. So for the email, that's going to be a string. And for this also, we're going to say that, hey, this needs to be unique. So there are these constraints that you can add, just like you can add them in any SQL database. So these are nothing new. So unique. After that, we will be having is subscribed. So that user is subscribed to our services or not. This is going to be a super Boolean field. And we can also mention a default value into this one. So default, the value is going to be false. All right, we will also have a subscription ends. Yeah. This can be a simple date time field, but you can make it optional that, hey, whether this is there or not, it's not a compulsory field. It might be there, it might not be there, or it could be null as well. And apart from this, we will also be holding to-dos. Now this is going to be coming from another model, which is named as to-do. And a user model can hold multiple of the to-dos. So we'll be linking them up as a foreign key. But again, this is going to give you error because this model doesn't exist. So model will be having a to-do just like this. And there we go. Now this is complaining because you are saying that, hey, in this model, you are storing this model here, so there should be some relationship being defined. And again, the easiest way to do so is say that, hey, I will be storing a user, which will be of type user. And now I can define a relation there. So I can just go ahead and say @relation. There we go. What's the relation between them? So again, just like in the SQL, we mention what field we are storing and what's the relationship between them. So right now we are not storing any field. So we have to first mention that I'm going to be storing a user ID, which will be storing a field of string like that. Once you have this user ID, then you can mention both the fields, like just like you do in the foreign key. So mention the field and mention the references. These are the two things you do. So in this case, I'll just go ahead and say the fields that I'm doing, and you can use multiple of them. I'm holding user ID. And what's the references? The references is In the users table, it will automatically know because you have mentioned users here. So it will go to the users table, and here you can find the same field user ID with the name of ID. So this is the basics of how it works. And again, this is complaining for at least one unique. Okay, that's a different error. That's nothing to do with us. This is how models are actually interlinked with each other, just like in the SQL. Now, every field is supposed to have a unique ID. So we'll just go ahead and say string, and that can be an ID just like this. And we can also go ahead and say @default is going to be, again, this is where you can mention the UUID, or you can also mention the CUID. So this is a globally unique identifier, again, almost like UUID. All right, so this is the basics of it. But since it is a to-do, we need to add more fields so that later on we can come and add more values to it. So let's add some of the basics. So I'll just say, hey, this is going to be a title, which is going to be a string. And what else we need? Completed. That's also going to be a Boolean. And we'll also use a default as false. Nobody does the task by default. And let's also add created at, which is going to be a date time. And we can say default as now. There we go. Most of them are suggestions. Nobody remembers anything. Updated at, this is also going to be date time. This is going to be at updated. So whenever somebody updates that, it's going to work. Now the magic happens when I go ahead and save this. No, it doesn't happen. There is a way of formatting this as well. So let me just go ahead and search for this. I'm pretty sure there's this. Formatting the Prisma schema files. So there's a command known as Prisma format. I don't think so it's going to work like this. There should be an npx version of it. Let's at least copy this and see if it actually works. So npx and then Prisma format. And there we go. Nice, and formatting comes up. So this is the one thing that I love about it. You can also set this up on the save as well, so that it gives you all the nice formattings and tabs. So there we go. This is the basics of how Prisma works. So now that you know the basics of it, how the models are being delivered. So just it's an object, and create as many fields as you like. And you can provide these unique constraint to it. If you want to connect any table, just mention that, hey, I will be storing values from another table. So wherever you're storing it, just mention that in my table, the field will be known as user ID. And there also needs to be another field which is user with any model that you're having. Mention that this is going to be type of user, and then mention the relationship. Relationship, whether you are working with SQL, classic SQL, or the Prisma, it requires always two fields. What field I'm expecting in my table to be appearing there, and what is the reference in the other table. The field that you are referencing is user ID, so I'm storing this user ID. And the user ID will be referenced as ID. So this automatically gives you all the constraints of the foreign key that you are expecting in a SQL databases. For example, the cascading effect. This will automatically comes to you. All right, a lot of fun stuff. But what next? Now go back. OK, this part we have all done. You can refer to this. It's almost like that. We have just modified a little bit. After that, we have to migrate this database. We haven't pushed it yet. And are there way? Nope. We need to first migrate. Migrate is also an interesting command to look out at. Now notice here in the Prisma, you have just one file which is known as schema.prisma. If I go ahead and copy paste this, the new command that we have npx prisma migrate dev. So this all is happening in the development environment. I would also like to show you in the NeonDB that in the overview or in the tables, we have nothing. Nothing is here as of now. If I go back and I run this command as init, the name could be init, could be Superman, since it's the very first. So call it first, call it init, just like that. Now this is loading the environment and saying that, hey, the types and schemas and all of this takes a tiny bit of time. This is generating all the SQL for you through this file, that how the tables and everything will be created. Please don't take this much of time. OK, all done. Your database is now in sync with your schema. All right, so we can just open this up and even open this up and look at the SQL. This is the fun part. So notice here it creates a table, classic SQL, with the ID, email is subscribed, all the fields that we are familiar with, timestamp, constraints, user, primary key is ID, so all these constraints are being added. Then we are creating a table to do. Notice here, I'm pretty sure you are aware of this, that all of the things. It also creates an index on user email key on the user email, adds a foreign key. So notice here, later on it alters the table that, hey, we are storing a foreign key, user ID, reference is user. So this is all basics. I've already taught you this in the SQL portion of the course. So I don't think so we require much of this. Okay, now let's go back and hit refresh up here and see what's happening here. So we can see we have this to do here. We have the user here. So all these things are there. Now, a couple of interesting things. In this case, we actually worked with the command, which is this one. So we worked with this command migrate dev. Now, in case you are seeing that, hey, this is already being written and you want to just push it, turns out there is also a command for this. So you can just use Prisma and simply can say db push. And it will actually push all of these things to the database for the first time. But the better command is migrate, because if you are building the things on the go, then you can keep on migrating on top of it. That's one there. Now coming up on to another command, which is required for us in this case, is somewhere here. npx Prisma Studio. No, I'm not looking for a studio yet. Give me a second. It's somewhere here. We want to have, come on, let me search that. And we want to, yeah, here it is, Prisma generate. So once the migration is being done, then the next step is to generate command. Why don't you give me the generate command? The generate command is responsible so that I can use Prisma on the client side of it. So whenever you want to write these queries like main or then Prisma disconnect, Prisma connect, all these connection things. If I want to query from the users like await Prisma user.create, I will be able to write all of this because this actually comes from the Prisma client itself. Prisma, come on, show me the command to, nope, you're not going to do that. Generate. And nope, it doesn't give you that. It's not that bad of a command, but I just wanted to show you in the docs. npx, or I can just write Prisma generate. And there we go. Oh, nope, this is definitely not that. Anyways, we can just run this. npx Prisma. And this command happens to fail sometimes. Sometimes you have to actually run this command 2 times. And what it does, it actually generates the client in the node modules at Prisma client. So this is the file and folder which you need to go, and you can just click on this. And this is the client that is generated to us on the go. And if you'll notice all these edge times and all of that, yeah, this is all the magic because we have mentioned that the provider I'm going to use is Prisma client provider. So this is the magic that comes up from here. Again, you will never actually open this up. Just wanted to show you that what's happening behind the scene. All right. So this is the part where we have generated the things, we have migrated the things, everything we are able to see in the database, and we won't be needing anything else much from this. If we'll need that, we'll figure out on the go. But anyways, you got the basic idea of how NeonDB actually works and how you can connect any ORM with that. That was the goal for this video. I hope you have enjoyed this. We'll keep it a little bit short. I hope this was enough of your crash course on Prisma as well as on the Neon. Again, there will be a lot of fun assignments after the end of this course. Like one of them will be surely migrate this whole SAAS application onto Drizzle. And yes, I'll be mentioning them as well. So stay tuned. And again, don't forget to show your love in the comment section. I really need that. That's it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. Oops, I almost missed this, but then I realized, hey, I cannot just get away with that. So we have worked with the Prisma and how to write the models and send it all the information of creation of tables into Postgres. but we need to connect with database as well from our NextJS application. And this is kind of a messy in the Prisma documentation, but I'll show you an easier way to find them up, and let's go ahead and get started with this one. So it turns out one more thing that we have to do here is figure out the way that how we are going to connect with the Prisma in our application. And turns out there are different ways of connecting with the Prisma. Since it's an ORM layer, it can be in the Next.js application, it can be an Express application in the Next application as well. There's a lot of ways. So if you go ahead and look at the right, this side of here, so again, this is little, so I hope you can see them now. So what you're going to notice that this is the schema part, then comes is the Prisma client. And if you go ahead and look at the introduction, this is where they mention that how it works, what all the things goes on with that, setups and configuration, and generating the Prisma client, the command that I was hunting for just a minute ago. Yeah, this is exactly there. So notice here, Prisma generate. Yeah, that's the same command we were looking up for. And this is where it gives you the illustration that, hey, whenever you generate that, it adds this Prisma modules in the NPM, and then you can just use them here. Now, the interesting part is, how am I going to connect with my database? So there's a section in the database connection here, and it says connection management. So, okay, I can just go ahead and say const Prisma, new Prisma client. That's great, but it doesn't work the way you expect them to work in the Next.js application especially. And then you have to also work with how the disconnection will happen. So this is the part where actually you can just connect it. Awesome. And then you have to work with the disconnection part as well. And this is not all. There's a lot more things that you have to go through with this. And again, there is nothing that tells you exactly that. Turns out somewhere in the documentation, it's a little hard to find again. There is also a mention of their GitHub repository where they mention Prisma example with different of applications that they are working on. So this one is an example for REST Next.js API routes. That's what we want to use. But again, there is an example for Happy, there is for Fastify, Express, Remix. So they have given you the GitHub repo for all of this. If you'll just search for this Prisma example, it's easier to find. And this is how we are supposed to just work with the Prisma to have all of this application. I'll walk you through with all of this code one by one so that we can just learn and understand this. And again, you can feel free to copy this. People reuse this code quite a lot. All right. So what we're going to do is just outside of this app, we are going to go ahead and create a new folder. This will be used in other application as well, lib. And inside this lib, we'll create a simple connection file. We'll import that again. So prisma.ts, since we are using TypeScript. The only additional thing that comes up here is the type safety. Apart from that, nothing more is important. So the first thing that we have to do is import the Prisma client. There we go. This comes from the Prisma client. Again, we don't need extension. You also go ahead and please remove this. This is also exactly mentioned up here as well that, hey, go ahead and import this. We are not doing again anything much on that. Now, the most important thing is we want to have one connection at the time. If you remember, or if you know, Next.js is one such application which runs on serverless, or which runs on the edge. And every request that you make from the route, that goes from the edge itself. And there could be multiple of these edges which might be making a connection to your database at the same time. So it's your job that you, from at least one edge request, if there's already a connection, you just don't create infinite number of other connections, you just use that connection. So we need a singleton pattern to work in here. So for that, again, if the connection already exists, just use that, otherwise create a new one. That's the whole idea behind that. So we're going to call this one as Prisma. And let's just call this as client. Since this is known as moreover like a singleton pattern, again, feel free to call it whatever you like, doesn't really matter. And here, whenever somebody makes a request of this particular method, our whole job is to return a new Prisma instance to it, which is Prisma client that we have just imported. Again, it's just a method which gives you a new instance of the Prisma. And we use it very, very safely. For example, we're going to create a variable, and again, I'm not making this name up here. This is known as global for Prisma. The whole idea behind this global for Prisma is at a global level, whenever we need, we can just look for this, whether you have an instance of the connection or you don't have. They also exactly mention this. So const global for Prisma, whether it's available or it's not available. That's what you look up for. So we're going to be working with exactly the same. And in fact, we can just go ahead and copy this whole thing. We don't need to worry on that part. And we can just copy and paste this. So this is, again, the same stuff, global. We can actually call this one, instead of global, let's call this as global this, which will make much more sense. So this is like a this reference. We are providing a context of it. So this as unknown as, again, this is a weird terminology with this. But again, this could be a Prisma client. But the whole idea is, again, remember, there could be an existing connection or there could not be an existing connection. So the return in this global for Prisma or global this for Prisma could be a Prisma client, just could be like that. Or you can just go ahead and say this could be undefined. Yep, there is also a case. Now I will also go ahead and define the type of this Prisma singleton as well, that it could be a return type. I'll walk you through with that TypeScript part as well, but this is the basics. And they also mention this. And yeah, so notice here, Prisma client is attached to global object in the development to prevent exhausting your database connection limit. This global is known as global this. That's why I've explicitly mentioned this up here. Now, once we have this, so what we can do is the next line is simply go ahead and create a const Prisma global this Prisma, or basically what this piece of code is doing. And again, global for Prisma, again, looks good. And this one is we don't have a Prisma client directly being taken up here. We are actually taking it from a singleton class, just like this. So just work with this. And we don't need to use it like this. Again, TypeScript, classic TypeScript. I'm very soon going to plan. I do have a TypeScript series on my channel. Go ahead and try and watch that. So basically what we are doing here is that either from this global this, so this one, we are going to go ahead and grab a Prisma instance so that we can have a connection with the database. If that doesn't exist, then we are going to go ahead and request this method that, hey, give me a new Prisma client instance. And what you see there is directly an invocation of this Prisma directly here. What we are doing here is kind of using a method to invoke this. Again, not a big difference in this case, but I find this one as much more explanatory in this case. And then I can just go ahead and say export default, and I can just export the Prisma. There we go. And this is what you're going to see up here. So they are exporting in the same line. I prefer to do it in the separate line. Now, apart from this, they also mentioned that, hey, how we are going to work in the production environment. So let's just go ahead and copy this. And we're going to copy this. And after that, we can paste it. So if the environment is not production, then global this for Prisma is Prisma. Again, a boilerplate code, nothing big of a deal. Again, I really thank that they do have these kinds of libraries. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to dig up into the documentation and find that, okay, this is how you go ahead and connect with the client. It would be so hard. But once you have designed this, now in any of my application, I can just refer to this file and can say, hey, import Prisma from this file. And I do have a connection with this. Once I have the connection, I can just go back and run this like queries. So if you want to make any query and you want to perform the CRUD, so this is what we can do. Once you have imported this Prisma, I can refer to any of my table. So for example, in this case, to-dos, and I can use create. All these methods that are given to me, I can use that. So create is there, or there are more as well, create many. So all these methods, I can go ahead and use this. But finding this is in itself really challenging. So if you're using REST Express, what you're going to notice, if you open this up, there's a source folder, and inside the Prisma, nope, there's nothing. So inside this one, if I go, and they should be using it. So there we go. This is the Prisma that they have worked with this. So they are using the Prisma client. And somewhere there might be connecting with it. Again, you have to hunt into this, that how they are connecting one. Again, luckily for me, it was all up here in the NextJS application. So if you're using API route, with the auth is not the one that we are looking up for. Whew, again, a lot of stuff, but rest assured that, yeah, we're finally done with the Prisma and we can work this. Now, one more thing that we can do if you wish to, again, it is not required as such, is define the type safety here. This is a bit of a TypeScript thing. You can avoid it altogether, but I would have it. So I'll say that, hey, I am having this Prisma client singleton, and I want to define that, hey, whenever you call this object or this object is being used, I would love to mention the return type of it. There we go, return type. And this is how you mention type of, and then you can mention that this is going to be type of Prisma client singleton. And again, this is not going to make sense to you as of now, that what is happening in here, and in this short tutorial I cannot explain you much of the TypeScript, but rest assured what it's saying is whenever you are actually using the Prisma singleton, the type of object we are expecting is the Prisma singleton type. So this is how the value should be created, not directly with the new Prisma client. Again, if you're using directly new Prisma client, that is also okay. Nothing bad in that. Don't want to go into the TypeScript much detail, but yeah, rest assured that it's a little complex. But again, nothing to worry. You can just use this file anytime you're using Prisma, just copy paste this. Everybody does that, and people actually bring it from their own GitHub repo as well. All right, so I guess that is it, and let's move on to the next video now, finally. Hey there everyone, welcome to the series again. It took me a couple of days to actually sit back and record again. I was a little under the weather. Anyways, so in this video, we're going to learn the most important thing about the setup for such infrastructure that we are building up, which is customizing the flow of the Clerk. Now, building up any application with the Clerk is just like this. And if you just go with the bare minimum setup or the basics, which also is recommended a lot of time, then it's a simple job of 5 minutes. But what I want you to go and do is the tough job. Shortly, I will walk you through how you can inject a very basic route where Clerk control everything, which has its own advantage. But also I would like to walk you through the hard job, which we are going to cover in this video, where we're going to learn that how we can have a custom sign up flow, which has all of our user interface. So our own custom forms, our own buttons, and that's what we're going to do in this video. Not the customized flow, which or the basic flow that Clerk gives you. Surely that can be done. But I thought, let's go a little overboard. Let's handle the tough part so that easy part can be done easily by you. So that's the goal. That's the goal. We're going to learn how we can build a customized flow using the Clerk. For the sign up user, we'll be firing up our verification code as well, so that verification code goes to the user. And I'll walk you through with the whole step and what we are going to do. In case you're wondering, yep, this is a t-shirt sent to me by the postman. Thank you so much. Big shout out to you guys. I really love to work closely with the teams, with a lot of companies. So they send stuff and I'm super happy with that. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at how we are going to build that. We're going to study the documentation together because I think that's the most important part. Now, whenever you see the application which are designed and built by the Clerk, you might have seen this kind of pop-ups that come up in the sign up page and the login form. Putting up this thing is super easy. There is no big deal. These are pre-cooked components which are given to you. And in your sign up page, you have to just call a component known as sign up or sign in. And automatically from there, the whole thing is being taken care of by the Clerk itself. But what I want you to do is change this whole thing. And it's not just a CSS thing that can be changed. Clerk actually provides you to design your own totally customizable flows. And a lot of people don't discuss that. That is why I'm here, to show you that how this can be done. So what is our customized flow for this one? So our customized flow for the Clerk looks something like this, where we simply go ahead and say that, hey, here are my steps. First step is user fill out a form and submit the sign up form. Now this form is something that we are going to design. Of course, I'm not going to show you that, hey, this is how you design the beautiful form. It could be a simple input box, doesn't really matter. But the whole idea is it's our own UI, so it can be as customized as you want. Now, once a user fill the sign up form, Clerk is going to create a user and initiate the email verification. So I don't have to write the code for sending up the verification code. I don't have to set up an email server to do the job or to save these codes in my database so that I can re-verify that. Surely that all can be done, but we're going to use a Clerk for our advantage so that they can do all these things on our behalf. And yes, that's the best part I like. I don't even have to configure my email IDs or my mail server for that. After that, once a user enters the verification code, this is also going to be taken care of by the clerk itself, that hey, whether you have added the right code or hey, you are just messing around with the system. After that, we're going to see the clerk verifies the code and log in the user. Now, the login part is either you can redirect the user into login page or the dashboard, wherever you like. It's totally your job. So if I summarize this one, we're going to design something like this. There could be more fields as well. No problem there. Clerk can handle that nicely. So most for us, the important part is user submits the email and the password. And of course, there could be other fields. And then we hit the sign up button. As soon as you hit the sign up button, we simply go ahead and enter the code. We click on verify. Of course, a code needs to be triggered here that we handle the sign up button. And once somebody enters the code, we have to take the user onto this screen or have to enable the viewing for this particular code where they can input the code. So that's a conditional rendering we have to do. And after that, we are going to work on the verify. So somebody clicks on verify, then also we have to trigger the events which are given to us by clerk. And once they are being done and all satisfied, then hey, we have to just throw a redirection. So that's the whole part. Now, the most important part for this one is to learn about the documentation of the clerk. So if you go on to the home page of the clerk, so this is how it looks like, the docs part of it. And if you click on the getting started and overview, this remains almost same. So let's just say we want to go with the NextJS. And this is the basic. The step one is to install it. So we also cannot skip that part. So let's go ahead and install this. Hopefully that will also be a bit faster this time. My internet is a little laggy these days. Don't know why. So in the meantime, it gets installed. So let's see what's the next step. The next step is to set up your environment variables. The best thing which I really like, that a lot of things are given to you just directly up here. You can click on that. So notice here admin app and all of that. So I can just turn on the SAAS app. I have never seen such beautiful documentation ever. And I think this is the most developer friendly documentation in the clerk, because they understand that if I'm reading the docs, I need to copy my environment variable. I can drop down and select my application, copy it, and gets the job done. No need to just look things into different pages. Get the environment variables here, get the values from another page. This is one of the advantages they are taking up here. Again, showing off a little of their authentication system, which I love, by the way. So I'll just copy this one. And after that, we have to go ahead and head up our environment variables. And let's go ahead and set this up. So there we go. One click, it's all done. I really like this. After that, we have to configure a middleware. Now this is an interesting part as well. So what happens in the clerk is you can go ahead and use the middleware, and they give you the whole code of the middleware, and you can configure that where do you want to run this middleware. That's one of the nice thing that you can do. I'll walk you through how it can be done and how that can be managed as well in a minute. We'll talk about that in a minute, but first I'll skip that for a minute. Again, without middleware, clerk doesn't work. Middleware tells you that on what pages we should have the protection enabled. That's the whole idea. That's the goal. Right now it says skip the NextJS internals and all static files unless found in the search params, and always run for all the API writes. By default, it just encrypts everything and locks entirety of application. Nobody sees anything. So you can, if you wish, you can just go ahead and do so. So we'll definitely go ahead and customize this. I'll walk you through some customization, some deprecations and all these things. But again, as of now, I just want to copy this, and this is installed. And I'll just create a new file known as middleware.ts. I come back here, and if I copy this and paste this, right now everything is protected apart from the static assets like whatever the CSS, JS files are there. But apart from this, everything is protected as of now. If you want to add more things which you want out of the protection, we can mention that, hey, these are the auths we can do. Surely we'll have a discussion on this one. This requires a bit of discussion. And after that, it says, hey, now you have to add a clerk provider. The clerk provider is like a sandwiched component in which all of your application gets into it, so that every single point of time you can just ask and reach out to the clerk and say, hey, I want to know whether user is authenticated or not. So this is a provider that we go. And they also mentioned that go into your layout file, and after that, just grab all these buttons and everything, whatever is required for your case, and just sandwich up as with the clerk provider. And this is much easier than you think so. So let me just walk you through with that. So go into your layout, because this is the root file from where we are serving all the components. Children is where everything gets loaded up. So where do you want to actually load this up? It's totally up to you. I would like to load it up at the top level of this one. So the best part is, or the easiest way to do so is, just go ahead and say, hey, I want a clerk provider, import that, and there we go. I'll just move this at the end of it and save this. That's it. Told you, really simple. Now, surely in the example, what they mention is that, hey, I'm showing you all the signed out components, sign in component, and sign up component. All those components, they actually mention this upfront. Maybe you want to load them in the header. That's why they are being imported. Otherwise, you don't require them. We will work on the navigation bar or wherever you wish. You can just import these components and they work out of the box, or you can have your own pages work with that. Now, here's the interesting part, which a lot of people miss, that how actually to work with that. Now, the next step for everyone should be that go ahead and read all these cards here. The first one is protected route using Clerk. This actually help you to understand that how can I protect things better? How can I create route matchers? And how user can have a route which are protected or are open for public. So this whole page that you see here, this is your holy grail to figure out that, okay, how can I combine other middlewares if other services are there? Or how can I protect all the routes? Or how can I skip some of the routes? So is public route and all these things. So this is the first measure you have to do if you are studying all this on your own. And apart from this, the most important thing which I really like about the Clerk, and I highly recommend everybody to learn, is create custom sign up and sign in for the pages. A lot of people just blame the Clerk that, hey, everybody just walk through with the same loader of the Clerk. You have the option, you didn't read the documentation, you have the option to customize everything up here. So again, it's totally up to you, and through the injection of this middleware, you can just work on that. The basic that they mention here is that, hey, create inside your app a route that says sign up, and then this whole route which catches up every single route inside it. And then you serve the page, and the whole code that you have to write is this much only. The reason for writing this much of the code is simply because of one reason, because this sign up component Clerk comes from the Clerk itself, from the NextJS Clerk, and they shows you this exact pop-up which we talked about. Yeah, this pop-up is served from there. But there is no compulsion like that. You can always go ahead and create your own components and routes and whatnot, and can use functionalities and the hooks given to you by the Clerk itself. So if you scroll a little bit, you're going to find that there are in the backend and front end, there are API sections, and let me just go ahead and search for that. The searching is actually much better. So there are hooks being given to you, use sign up and use sign in. And if you study any of the hook, for example, use sign up, you're going to see that, hey, they give you a lot of options. Is everything properly loaded? Boolean set to false until Clerk loads and initialize. So you are injecting the Clerk, you need to know that when it is being loaded. You can set active, you can head the sign up object, and you can study more about what is there in the sign up. And apart from this, there are lots of parameters which we are going to study, that how we can work that. And this whole thing gives you so much customization that you can do with the Clerk. And this is exactly what I'm going to walk you through now. So let's set up a customized flow for this one. We'll definitely come back and work more with the application, but right now let's go up there. All right, so how we are going to work with that. So we're going to create a simple new route. Let's just say inside the app, we have a new folder. We'll be creating the sign in as well, but this video, let's go ahead and work with the sign up. Again, this is how you create the basic route in Next.js, and inside that, since this is not an API, it should not be route.js, it should be more of page. So just go ahead and say page.tsx and just use React functional component, whatever you want to call it. And in this case, let's just call this one as sign up. That sounds good. And there we go. All right, so this is the basic page that will be served. We all know about it, and we'll definitely import some of the components from the shared CN as well. So by the way, if you don't have any idea how to bring any component from shared CN, it's actually really easy. And shared CN gives you out of the box components, whatever you need. So for example, I need a card from the shared CN, so something like this. And I think we have to click on components, and let's just say we want to bring in the card. So this is the kind of card that we are looking up for. And you can just go ahead and run the command npx add latest shared CN this card. So what this is going to do is bring you all of this thing. Let's just do it. Let me show you that. I'll just go ahead and bring it from npm. Just go there and paste this command, and that's it. Now this is the shared CN component. For the very first time when you do it, it asks you a couple of questions to make all these changes. So yes, I'll just give it option of yes. Choose the default theme. New York sounds good. Neutral. Do you want to use CSS variables? Why not? And then it's going to just overwrite some of your files, and that's it. And what you're going to notice now is you have a lib folder, and inside the lib, one new file that gets added is for merging of the Tailwind CSS. So that's basic. You will never touch this file. And apart from this, what you're going to get is a components folder. And inside the component, you're going to see this card, a UI folder again, and inside that's the whole card that comes up. So now it's all ready. You can import this card or any other component like card description and can start working with that. So, and it's much rather easier to just work with this. So whenever you need to have this, just import these elements in your code file and then start working with the card. Just inject your values. That's like a bootstrap style. Anyways, we're not here for that. We're here to actually understand what more can be done with this one. So a couple of things, interesting ones. First of all, go ahead and import a few interesting stuff from the Clerk. Majorly the use sign up hook. So this is the one that we are going to use. We'll also need some of the navigation, because if we work with our this route, once user hits the verification code, we will need to redirect the user somewhere. So for this redirection purpose, let's go ahead and say that, hey, I'm going to redirect you. So use router is going to 1, and this is going to come from the React navigation. So make sure it doesn't come from the React router, rather it's a navigation. This also has a long history. Let's also bring in link, because obviously we might need it. So this is going to be link, next link, just like that. And we will be bringing up some components from input and button. Again, they are the shared components, doesn't really bother. So if you want to add a button, just go ahead and copy this. And yeah, for building the UI, I'm not much concerned. I'm pretty sure you can do it much better, or I can give you the UI as well. So nothing much. And whenever you want to use it, just copy this and come back here and now paste it. It's just there. That's it. We'll be needing input as well. So if you need input as well, go ahead and look for input. This is the one. And this is the email. We'll be crafting our email with that. Don't worry, I'll give you the code file for that. But again, the steps are same. Just copy this, go ahead, paste this. It's a boring job. And copy this, and now you are free to use this input box and everything. In fact, we'll be needing the card as well. So why not to just, since we are here, let's bring it up as it is. There we go. Since anyways, I'll be using this one up here. All right, so we'll talk about more of these things later on. Right now, where I want to bring your attention is inside this sign up component. So a couple of things that are almost always required whenever you're handling these kinds of cases. The first thing is bring up as many values as you require from the use signup. So let's just say we are going to need a few of the things that are going to come up from use signup, the hook. There we go. Now it's up to you that how do you go and study more about them. As much as you want to study, I highly recommend to do so. Some of the things which are upfront for us is loaded. I don't want to load anything in this sign up page unless the sign up is all done. From the Clerk side, everything is loaded. Another thing is sign up, because this is an object, and if you study this object, this gives you a whole lot of things like create method is given to you for creating a user. Then there's a prepare the verification steps. So if you go ahead and look for this, verification steps are here. So prepare verification, attempt verification, email verification is prepare email address verification, attempt email address verification. So you can also do phone verification or Web3. So these are the things which are required almost every single time. So let's just go ahead and bring them up. So first one is loaded, that we'll be needing. Sign up, obviously we'll be needing that. And we'll also need one more, which is set active. So these are the properties that we are going to need for this one. Okay, once this is all done, we also need kind of a email address loader here, not loader, but a state, so that I can manage my email address, my password, and state whether the user is pending verification or is verified. Because if he is into the state of pending verification, then I want to redirect him here. And if the verification is all done, then I would like to redirect him to somewhere. So I need to manage a state for that. I also need to manage a state for the code, because as soon as the code is generated, I would like to bring that code, but where will I store it? So I need a state for that. And that's exactly what we'll be needing up. So let's just go ahead and say that, hey, I'll be needing an email address, and that's going to be set email address. This is the part where I really love AI to chip in, because I know what I'm doing and they can help me to fill up these things. And we'll say use a state, And there we go. Oh, by the way, not like that. What is happening? Oh, nothing. I was just overthinking. So again, use signup is there. So use state. So by default value is empty. We'll be needing one more for the password as well. So let's go ahead and say this one is going to be password. And we can just say set password. Another state that we'll be needing is verification. So let's just say pending verification. Set pending, come on, no suggestion. All right, looks good. And this one is going to get a default value of false. Right now, nobody is verified. We'll be needing one more for the storing the code itself. Let's just call this one as simply code. Set code. Okay, what else? We are not using any libraries or something, so we need to handle errors on our own. Usually the good part about the Clerk is that they can handle the error for you, but their custom signup is also not that bad. They handle all these error messages nicely for you. That's what I really like. Okay, we will also have a couple of state. This has nothing to do with the part, but the way we have designed the UI is we have the show password field as well. So we have a simple toggle there, which you click on that, it changes the text field from password to text. That's it. It's a really classic 101 technique of that. Set show password. So this is nothing just fancy. All right. And after that, I have everything so that I can store the things. One thing that is required is I'll be redirecting the user. So let's extract the hook out of it. So that will be coming up from router, and that's how you do that. Use router, and there we go. Now you have the access to this one. So you can say router.push wherever you want to push the things. All right, so how do we work with that? The step one, which I always mention, is go ahead and make sure everything is loaded. The reason why they mention this upfront at the top is because they also know that this is a common thing which is missed. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. So is loaded. So Clerk actually injects a lot of JavaScript in your application, and you should not proceed without actually having this one. So instead of having return like this, the first step I would like to do is if there is no is loaded. So this is a hook or value given to us by the Clerk itself. I would love to simply return a simple loader, but in this case, I don't have a loader. I'll just run a null. But if you have a loader, just keep on spinning that loader. Automatically, this code will help you that once the loaded is there, that's it. You're all good. This will never run. Now, after that, we need to design a couple of methods which does the job for us. What's the UI? It doesn't really matter. What's matter for us is you extract the values from the state and learn that how the signup method given to you by the Clerk actually works. So for this, let's go ahead and use an async. Remember, these are async methods. We're going to go ahead and say, let's call this function as submit. Since we are into the world of TypeScript, we are carrying an event with us, and that event is actually a React form event. If you don't like it, you can skip it. No big deal there. But this is the bare minimum basics. I can close this so that we can see more of this space. Now, the step one for that is go ahead and say that, hey, we are going to prevent the default. Everybody does that, and you will also do that. And what we have noticed here while working with this is that on this phase, although this is already as guarded, but what we notice that there are chances sometimes that you are trying to hit the submit button already and things are not loaded yet properly. So it's good that you go ahead and just return this, not return null, but return the whole method that, hey, we are not ready yet to perform anything in that. So this is a caution that we found out that it's a good one. So I thought to share it with you as well. After that, we know that this is an attempt to be sending some of the data online. So there is a high chance it can go wrong. And whenever there is a case like this, I always recommend to students that, hey, make sure everything is async because database is in another continent, and also make sure that try catch is there because things might fail. So in this case, we're going to do the same. Let's go ahead and try catch. We'll worry about the catch part later on. We don't need to worry much. In this, now since we are already async, I can just go ahead and say await. Now, usage of the hook. Once you have this sign up, if you'll just put up a dot, you can see so many things are there to do. It's a little bit overwhelming, but it's a good problem to have that we have so many options available for us. If you want the easiest one to go for, hey, there is a create option. So there is a create email link flow, there is a create session ID. All of them make sense already on their own, but this is the create that I want to work with. So this is a simple method which takes all the params, whatever the params you want to give. I want to give a param of email address, it is there, and I also want to give a param of password. These are the two things that are there. Okay. Once you have started this, that means this is going to create a user. This is the flow in the Clerk for creating the user itself. Once this flow is done and everything is all done, now I would like to await and start up a flow so that I can start the verification flow. That's most important for me now. Again, I'm not losing any user because it's a SaaS application. You need to value your users. I'm not losing any user. This user you will be able to find in your Clerk dashboard, but after that, the all part is done. Now I want to prepare for, it's not sign up. And now I want to prepare. Come on, am I doing something wrong? Yes, the S is capital. It's sometimes difficult to talk and explain at the same time. So now you can see, again, why are you doing this to me? Sign up. Yep, this is the sign up that I want. And after that, if I put up a dot, again, all these options are there in front of me. And what I want is this prepare. Again, you have prepare email address, you have prepare phone verification. I don't have to do, I don't have to configure any provider or third-party provider for that. The Clerk can handle that. So I'll just initiate an email address verification. And once you put this, there are a couple of ways how you can actually do this. The most important thing is there is a strategy that you can define. So again, if you look at the strategy, again, there are lots of strategy that can work for you. I think suggestions, no, not good suggestions. Yeah, there is an email code and email link. Maybe you don't like sending the code. Maybe you like them to have a link and then click on the link and verify. It can be handled. I would prefer an email code because that sounds fancy to me. I like this one. So I'll just go ahead and work with that. Now at this point, we have what we have done. We have grabbed the email address and password. Somebody is hitting the sign up button. We have also enabled this screen, assuming that somebody has hit the sign up. As soon as he does that, we will remove this component from our DOM structure. We will come on to this one. We'll enable this to be visible. This is the part where now we are asking, hey, just enter the code. So at this point, all is done. But the most important part is our user is not all good at this case. So we'll say set pending verification. This needs to be true. This whole thing, this state will be our indication that, hey, unmount this component, whatever we have, and go ahead and load this component at this point. Really simple job. All right. So this is the part. Let's handle the catch part. And this is all what we want to do in this particular method. So error, don't like it too, but we'll just go ahead and say any. And we'll say any. And in this one, let's just go ahead and do a console log and we'll just say that, hey, whatever the errors are coming up, we will be stringifying them and we'll be saying, hey, give me all the errors, error. And after that, we'll say null and true. Really basic. Again, this has nothing to do with the Clerk or anything. This is a classic console log statement. So I'm pretty sure you are all aware of it. And then also we're going to get the set error message so that if we want to show these messages, we can just go ahead and extract it. The way to extract is simple. You go ahead and say error, and error will have further an error object. So error will have errors. And again, read the docs for this one. Super easy, super basic. We want to extract the first value out of this array and we'll want to say as message. Again, they have a whole documentation for the Clerk that how you extract the errors and what errors actually each means. Thorough documentation is there. All right, so told you it's really, really simple. Now we have a simple method which can actually handle the submit part of it. This is the part where somebody clicks on this. But obviously somebody will be clicking on verify button as well, and we are handling that part as well. So again, let me just go ahead, get myself some room. Start async, you will be sending some data. So async function, that's nice. And I can just say on press verify. All right, what are the parameters you are expecting? Nothing, just handling the event. So let's just remove that. Call this one as e react.form event. And again, the first thing is to prevent the default. Prevent default. Sorry for that. And after that, the same strategy. I want you to follow and pay more attention. We have spent a lot of time in debugging this one, so make sure you don't do that. So we're going to say is loaded. Yep. If it is not available, I would love to simply, we can just go ahead and say it like this as well, but I want the code to be more understandable. So I'll just go ahead and say return. Again, means the same. All right, if this part is all done, now again comes up the magic part from the clerk itself. So again, we are sending some data. So try catch is a good one. Now, the most important thing here is I can just go ahead and say, again, use the sign up and can say, hey, there was an attempt to verify the email address. So attempt email address verification. And again, there is no magic science behind it. You have to learn the documentation or watch my videos. So once you initiate the attempt email address verification, this simply says, hey, there was an attempt being made and somebody is challenging you that, hey, whatever I'm entering the code, it's all good. So in this case, what you have to do is simply go ahead and say, hey, an attempt to email address verification was being made with this code. Now, this is the code that the user is entering. Whatever that needs to be handled on the backend part, that how Clerk handles or manage or save these codes, we don't have to worry on that. And whatever the result comes onto that, we can just go ahead and store that. So we can just say complete sign up. This is the result that I'm storing here. Now, this complete sign up actually, if you just go ahead and look onto this one, notice here, this actually gives you a lot of promises. Not only promises, there are values which are coming up. So the status could be like this: missing requirement, or complete, or abandoned. So based on what the value is coming up, I have to actually do a simple if else logic on that. So I'll just come up here and I'll say if this one, and say if the complete sign up, whatever that object is coming up, if the status of that is not equals to, actually we have to compare that in the string format as mentioned in the docs as well. If anything is except from the complete, no, I don't want to proceed further. I want to put up a message that, hey, it was not okay, not good, whatever that is. In this case, I'll just leave that as an exercise for you. I'll just do a console log because I'm pretty sure you can do that. Again, JSON.stringify, and we'll say whatever the values are coming up. Maybe you want to see that complete sign up just like that. And again, we'll say null, and to again, you don't need these things. If you know, let them know in the comment section. But again, now again, the next part is what if everything is all okay? So in this case, let's go ahead and duplicate this, and we see that, hey, if it is in the status of complete, I would love to verify that again. I can proceed further directly that, hey, if I want to return from this method or anything, but in this case, I thought to check it again. Now, once this is all done, that means, hey, now I can create a session ID. It's totally up to me that whether I want to do it or not, and totally on you that you want to mark this user as active. Whatever you want to do, I can do at this point. But I would like to show you one more thing which we haven't focused as of now. So if you remember at the very top, when we were bringing up the thing, it made sense. Okay, is loaded makes sense, sign up makes sense. But what is this set active? Now, turns out this is also an interesting one. And as soon as user signs up, based on this set active, you can do a lot of things. Not a good documentation here. I probably need to jump into their docs, or I can just show you directly. So once this part is all done, let me show you what and how to use this set active. So again, this requires an await because it takes sometimes a little bit of the time. But once you have this set active, and just like that, now inside this set active, you can actually have some of these sessions as well. There are a lot of things that you can do. I'll walk you through with that. But if I go ahead and say session, and I can create a session based on this completed. So sign up is being completed. Notice here, as soon as I put up a dot, you can see there's so much of the things. But one of the thing is, notice here at the very bottom, create a session ID. So this is going to create a session for you. And based on the session, you can just go ahead and log in. I would love to redirect the user after this. So again, totally up to you. Dot push, wherever you want to push him on the login page. Doesn't make sense after giving him a session ID, but you can if you wish. You don't want to create that, totally up to you. I'll just redirect the user onto a route, which is dashboard. We don't have that route yet, but you get the whole idea that how it is being done or how it is being used. Now, once this is all done, we also need to handle the error part. So let's just go ahead and say this error is going to be any. Don't like any as much, but hey, what can I do? I'll just go ahead and say copy this, paste this. So this one is going to say that, hey, we are going to go ahead and hit error. And let's also set the error. We have that in the above field or above method, but I can write that again. Set error, again, error dot errors, lots of errors, and just go ahead and extract the first in the array and extract a message out of it. All right, so all these things are done and all good. Now this is the part how you handle, and I told you it's not really that bad to handle all these things. One thing that is still missing is our return statement. So remember, we haven't actually returned anything as of now. So now is the point that we go ahead and return the component. This is just the UI part. So let me go ahead and grab the UI part so that I can explain you that also. All right, so our UI is here. I'll walk you through with the UI. It's not of a big deal, but we have some of the components being missing here, like IOF. These are actually coming up from one of the React libraries. So let me walk you through with that library as well. Since we are here, let's go ahead and just install that. So there's a library known as Lucid React. It gives you really, really great icons. Somehow I have become a big fan of this one. Just go ahead and install this, and then we'll be bringing up the elements, whatever we required from that. So for example, this IOF that comes up from Lucid React itself. It's super easy to work with them, not of a big deal. Come up here and say, hey, I want to bring up some of the things, and they will be coming up from Lucid. Come on. Not like that. Should have worked. Oh, form. My bad. One more time. Import something from and Lucid React. There we go. Second time is a charm. And we want an eye icon from this one, and another icon is eye off. That's what we have used. So these are just basic icons, no big deal. We have a couple of more errors, like we forgot to bring the label. That is again from the shared CN. So just go ahead, come up here. This is what you need. Copy that. It's a very, very basic step. Now the command line interface is much, much better. I'm planning to do something more with it so that I can give you the whole components as it is. But again, no big deal. Can be done later on. And there we go. So label part is all happy. Who else is unhappy in our case? Alert and alert descriptions are gone. And why are you unhappy? On press verify. So we'll work with that. First, let's grab the alert. Let me fix all these things. You don't need to watch this. All right, so just installed everything, whatever is required from all these alerts and everything. So we just have, looks like one more error, which says form on submit event. Why are you not happy? Says focus event. All right, got this one. Again, you need to watch these debugging session as well. So this one says, hey, I have marked the event as little wrong in the TypeScript. And turns out this one is React form event. This one is a focus event, not a focus event. This one is also a form event. So this type is now same, so should be all happy. Now let me walk you through that what's happening in the return statement. So we are utilizing some of the card components given to us by the shared CN, no magic there. And after that, as we are saying that, hey, if the pending verification is there, based on that, we'll show you what component to mount or not. So again, going on, if you are first time coming up here, that means pending verification is totally off. That means I want to show you this component first. And this is exactly this component. We have a form which says email field is there, and email field is there. So just go ahead and show me input type of, again, classic React. I'm pretty sure we have done this in the React course quite a lot in depth. Type email, IDs email, values being governed by the state that we mentioned up above. So very basic. After that, show password field. And again, we are making sure that the text or password is being toggled, just a fancy stuff. You know this part. And after that, as soon as the button is being clicked, that means we are submitting a form. And based on that, we are saying that, hey, I want to show you this form, what do I want to do, and everything. Once this is all done, if there is an error, we are just popping up that error. Otherwise, if that's not the case, you are onto the verification stage. So in the or part of it or else part of it, we are simply showing this particular component, which is also happened to be a form, but this time it's a verification form. So this is a strategy that we have defined. This is the flow that we want, customized flow. And as soon as user sets the input, we are just setting all these things and submit. That's it. And again, some of the basic funky stuff like, hey, if you already have an account, just go ahead and work with that. So this is the whole thing. This is the whole part where I wanted to bring all of your attention that, hey, so much can be done with all of these things working just like that. So again, I hope you have enjoyed this much part, and I highly, highly recommend that everybody should come up here and read all these things. So client-side helpers, React session data, SDK reference, deploy to production. These are not much of the docs to work on with, but these are really, really juicy information. All right, so this is what we have done, but still there is one more thing which is still remaining, which we really need to discuss and talk on that. I'll walk you through with that part as well, which is middleware. So far we haven't touched this. It will work. There is no problem in it. But our application is a little bit more complex than just out of the box. So what this middleware does as of now, apart from a couple of routes which are common like HTML, CSS and the images route, it just locks the entire application. And probably that's your goal, then hey, out of the box it works. But most of the time it's not your goal. Like as we saw here, some of the things are required to be get accessible directly without the login here. For example, this webhook event, your event is not going to come in and sign up all these things. This needs to be accessible directly there. There is a different protection mechanism for that. Surely we'll talk about that. But in this case, there needs to be some of the pages which are directly accessible. And we also need to talk about the role-based access, that how the clerk is going to handle the authentication with the role-based access. So some users are admins, some are regular users. So how can we go ahead and take advantage of the clerk itself so that I can find out about the roles and can assign roles, and how can I assign more roles? If I have more roles, can I protect some of the routes so that only admin can access, only managers can access? So I thought I'll be doing that in this video itself. But turns out the video is getting a bit longer one, so I like to break this up and at least go ahead, grab some tea. I really need a tea right now, something hot. And once I'm done with this, within 10 minutes, I'll catch you up back. You can just click on the next video. So let's catch up in the next one. This is an interesting video because we are going to deal up with the middlewares in the, or middleware rather, not middlewares, middleware in the Clerk.js. So the point I want to make here is that sometimes there is a product and there is a recommended guided way by the product itself that, hey, use our product this way. And sometimes there is a way how you want to use your product or their product. And this is exactly we are going to discuss, that how there can be some challenging situations, some deprecations in the libraries as well that you face and focus. And sometimes you even read the deprecated libraries to achieve the task that you really want to achieve. So this is exactly that video. We're going to talk about middleware. We are going to see some of the deprecation warning, but it's not like it's totally out here, and Clerk still support those deprecated functions and methods. But again, we have to figure out these strategies. It's a very common thing that you do in the corporate world. So let me show you that how to read the deprecated functions and figure out a way how and what we really want to achieve with that. It's a really interesting case study and scenario on the middleware. So let me walk you through. So we studied the Clerk documentation on the NextJS, how to quickly get started. And so far the goal is pretty simple, that we install the Clerk just like this, set up our environment variable, big fan of this by the way, and then we set up the middleware. This is the most important part. So middleware is something which is special already in the NextJS. And what it asks you to do that, hey, every single route, I can run this file, and where this file actually runs, this is the matcher which tells you that, hey, on every single the route where it matches, go ahead and run this file there, middleware. So it runs in between. So whenever you hit that route, in between this file executes, and whatever the code you ask it to execute, it executes there. In this, we see that there is a default middleware which is injected known as Clerk. So this protects every single route. So you cannot access anything at all. Your application is totally locked. But sometimes you have to mention that, hey, I want to expose certain public routes for that. So for this, you obviously go ahead and study more about the middlewares. You come here at the bottom that, hey, how can I use the Clerk middleware? And they actually mention this, that, hey, if you want to protect all routes, or you want to create some of the route matchers, you can just go ahead and do all of this. So notice here, this is protected route, and then you can send that, hey, these are my protected routes. So if these are protected, go ahead and protect them. So again, you can mention that, hey, my dashboard is protected, my forum is protected, rest all are okay. You don't need to protect all of them. This is one of the easiest way to work with that. But we are not here for the easy task. We are here for the tough task to do so. So this is the straightforward approach, and you can read more about it. You can even grab the user as well. So Clerk actually provides you this Clerk middlewares, and you can actually grab this auth here as well, which has redirected. So all the information about user you can also get. Now here's the interesting thing. You have this auth object, which has the session ID, user ID, and all of that, and the org ID as well. But our use case is very, very different. Our use case says that we will have a user, we will have an admin. Now, the way how Clerk works is via the organization route. So Clerk allows that, hey, a user can be from different organization, and based on their organization, you can provide them different assets or different functionality. Our use case is a little different. We want to have a regular user and admin user. And the easiest way to achieve this in the Clerk, and a lot of people does that, is you can simply click on any of the user. You want to transform this user or add additional property to this user, just scroll down and you're going to see this user metadata. So user can have more information like private information, unsafe information, or can have public information as well. All you got to do is just click up here. It's a key value pair. You just go ahead and add a role of admin. That's it. And now based on testing this public information that, hey, this is a public information, so this will be available and can be read from backend or frontend. Based on this, you can check it and serve different things. Now, if you want to check it just on the backend, of course, we do have a private which can be retrieved only from the backend. So if you want that my middleware should run here, just go ahead and change this as role as admin. Depends on how you want to do it. It's totally doable. But the problem is that if I go ahead and read all of this, the way how we do it is just via this one method, which is says Clerk Middleware. This is how you have to actually do this. And there are some interesting things about it. So notice here, if I go ahead and get back and show you that how I can go into this one here. So scroll a little bit and you're going to see deprecated as auth middleware. I hope you can see that. So what this does, and they say that, hey, now you have to actually use this Clerk middleware. So I'll open this up. This is the one which is recommended. And you have to do all the things from here. Create route matchers and all these things. And if you want to grab any of the user information, that needs to come from their organization ID. This is where they are promoting up. So if you want to grab auth as protected and all of this, you're going to see this part here. So org sys membership manage, but we are not managing membership. We are just managing from the metadata. And the problem is that how do I grab it? How do I grab this? And how do I write my own custom logic? So, okay, so my middleware has caught everything. Now I want something to happen in the auth middleware after the auth has happened. So it's not like I'm not protecting altogether. I want some things to happen that, okay, authentication is done. After when the authentication is done, I want to grab some information about the user from their public route and then want to decide that whether I'm going to go ahead and make that user as an admin or I'm going to serve them as a user. Based on that, I want to reroute them into /admin or /dashboard. Now for this, you have to read the auth middleware because this is still the way how you do it, although they have marked this as deprecated, and surely they will be opening up more of the documentation in the future that how to do these or special kind of these scenarios, or do they even recommend this or not. But again, it's not always about recommendation or not. This is my problem. I want to solve it with my way. So we're going to use this auth middleware, and what it allows you, if you scroll this, that, hey, this is the default behavior, how it works, but there is a method that you can work with says after auth, which is present in the auth middleware. And if it is not, it will just go back into its fallback to a default behavior. But there is a method after auth that you can use. And there's an example for that as well. That if you have this auth after auth, so somewhere here, there we go. So notice here it says there is a method known as after auth, which has auth, request, and an event as well. And you can use it for a lot of things to find out user ID, the org ID, or a lot of things, which we are also going to work with that. So we'll be using this approach because this approach makes sense for us as of now. Obviously, as you will be designing more of these applications, maybe this doesn't make a sense for you. Maybe this makes sense for you. You want to go with this route. Again, we need to learn all the aspect and figure out a way that how we want to achieve the things, how we want to do the things. So if you're writing these middleware for the first time in the NextJS, be cautious. They can catch you off guard at any point in time. So again, don't worry if you're going to see a couple of the deprecated warnings and all of that. It's totally okay. It's totally normal. So notice here we have this Clerk middleware. We are not going to be using the Clerk middleware as of now. We want to use the auth middleware, and that's an interesting one. And let's just go ahead and do this. So let's just go ahead and bring the auth middleware. Notice there is a scratch line. It says, hey, it's deprecated and it's not going to work, but it works. In our case, at least it works. And again, we have to figure out the strategies and stuff like that. We will also need the client here as well. So we'll just say Clerk client, comma, of course, Clerk client. So Clerk client will help us to grab the information, and the auth middleware, instead of the Clerk middleware, will be using the auth middleware. Again, don't worry, don't get anxious about, hey, we are seeing these scratched lines. These are just editor lines. This has nothing to do. And again, it supports really well. And as soon as it's working on your local, you test it out on production or testing staging environment, it works. It's not like they're removing some code out of your projects. They're saying that in the future we might deprecate it. As of now, it's working fine. The first thing that we do on all of this is define our public routes. So public routes. These are the routes that I want that anybody can access, and this is just a simple array that you work with that. So I want that anybody should be able to access the home page, which I'll keep it out of the authentication. And also one more route that we will be looking forward is /API/webhook/register. All right, we haven't worked on the register part yet. We will be doing that very soon, but let's finish this one here. So this one should be open up, and of course we want that anybody to sign in. So that's going to be one. So I guess we made it as sign dash in. Yep, sign up, sign in. So we'll say sign up just like this, and we'll be having a sign in as well. If you have more of these public routes, go ahead and provide these public routes and work with that. The way how existing auth middleware works is inside this method, which is this one, you can go ahead and provide an object just like this. The first parameter that it expects that you will be providing me the public routes. So these are all the public routes. And after that, it expects that you will be running a method that, hey, what happens after this route? So notice here how easy it is to work with that. Even if you don't do anything, just define your public route and that's it. This will make sure that these are publicly available and that's it. I don't do anything. So if the method we studied there, that if the method after auth is not, it will do its default fallback. How easy it is to customize these routes as well. And it's equally customizable, and same for the Clerk middleware as well. The approach is exactly same. So protect all route. And if you look at the protect route based on authentication, you're going to see that, hey, these are protected route. I'm pretty sure there are public route examples as well. So there are is public routes. Notice here, you can go ahead and use create route matcher instead of regularly, and we can just provide this. Hey, these are my public routes. Just go ahead and work with that. Really nice, interesting way to study the documentation. Now let me show you how it works in our scenario. So we're going to go ahead and say we need an async function, and this async function is going to be after auth. This is how the method actually looks like. Now this method takes a couple of parameters to work with that. First is auth, and the second one is request. So request actually will give you all the parameters, URLs basically that you're looking up for, and we can work with that. If you want it to be more precise, you can just go ahead and say, hey, I want to bring in next request from the next server, and you can mark it explicitly that, hey, this is going to be of that type and all of that. So that's the basic of it. All right, so async, we don't need a function just like that, because it's not like you are defining a function. The function is already defined in the routes. You just need to overwrite it. I would say not overwrite, but you get the idea how we want to work with this. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is handle the unauthenticated users who are trying to access the protected route. So let me write that. So handle unauth users trying to access protected route. This is the basic 101 that how you want. And by the way, once you have defined out after auth, that means you want to handle it. So that's why we are writing all of this logic. So let's just go ahead and check this. If there is no auth and no user ID, so you can check for if there is no auth or if there is no user inside that. And we need to check for one more thing. So we'll just go ahead and check if there is no public routes dot include. It's a classic array, so you can just go ahead and includes. Now what to check? What am I checking for the inclusion? Of course, the public route is mentioned at the top, but what I'm looking up forward for check is going to come from this request. This request gives you an option of next URL, and from that you can extract the path name. This will be path name like localhost / API, whatever you have mentioned here, like /API or /signup, sign in. So whatever that path is. If these are not included, that means you're not authenticated, you're trying to reach somewhere where you should not be. So I'll just go ahead and return a next response to you. Next response gives me a redirect, and basically what we do is redirect the user. Told you, it's not really that bad. And this is how we work. I'll just import the URL where you want to send the user. I want to send it to sign-in to this route. and you have to provide one more part, which is the base URL. So I don't want to redirect him to slash sign in. I want to have a full path, whether it's a local host or whether it's a full path of whatever the URL or the website you have in this request.url. So that's it. Told you, it's super simple. So this part is all handled. But now let's just say we want to handle the part based on user is authenticated, but is he admin? Is he not admin? What kind of things we can work with that? So for this, I can just go ahead and simply write a simple if statement that user is authenticated and has a user ID. This is all happening now for that. Okay, so first of all, let's grab some of the information, fetch some of the information from the user itself. This is where you again go back and learn more about the documentation. And yes, you got the hint, the Clerk client will be able to help you on that. It's not running on the client side as such. The name is the Clerk client only. So this helps you to grab information. So if I go ahead and say, hey, Clerk client, you have a lot of options. One that I'm interested in the users, and users can get a lot of information. You can do the ban some user, delete, the lot of routings that can be done. What I'm interested in is, let's just say I want to get user. This get user gives you all information that you are looking up for. So whole, including the, let me show you that. Whole thing that you are looking up for. So this personal information, first name, last name, permissions, these everything, this whole page will be dumped in front of you. And I highly recommend to you go ahead and check out like what information I'm getting here. And after that, I'll just say auth dot user ID. Yeah, this is a strange way where you pass on that, hey, this is the user I want to grab. Okay, let's store this. So this is your big information about the page and the user. And don't forget one thing, this information takes some time. So you might want to await this one here. Yeah, this is a classic gotcha. So make sure you fetch all this. Now from this, let's grab the role of the user. So how we can grab this? You have this user. As soon as you put up dot, you know this all thing, backup code enabled or create organization. And by the way, if you want to follow the path, you can create an organization for each user, which I don't think is a good idea, but it can be done. So in this one, I want to grab some of the public information. So there's a public meta information. There is a private meta information, all the things that you want to access. I want to access the public meta data. And inside that, if I put up a dot, public metadata, I can go ahead and access the role here. Now this is going to come up as a string or may come up as undefined. All right, and now we can just go ahead and store this as a role. This took us some time to actually figure out the way how we actually want to work with that. But once this is all done, now I have an access to this role, which is a classic string. So since I am passing this data role as admin, so that's why I'm extracting this role. And that is why you see no suggestion there, because hey, this is your property, whatever you are injecting here. So once you know this, just go ahead and mention that. And I want to check for the admin itself. That's all I have to do now. So let's go ahead and work on for admin role redirection. And let's check this. Pretty simple. If the role is equals to admin and somebody's trying to access the dashboard, so he should not be going to the dashboard, rather he should be going to the admin dashboard. So let's go ahead and verify the path as well. This is all you'll be doing again and again. Check the role, check the path, check the role, check the path. It's very repeatable information. So inside that we will have a path name. And if the path name is trying to go to /dashboard, he's an admin. He should not be in the dashboard area. He should be rather in the admin dashboard. But again, it's up to you how you want to manage all these things. So we'll just say return and next response. Goes ahead and gives you a redirect. And redirect, you can just simply say new URL. And inside that, I'll say, hey, you go to admin, lowercase admin, /dashboard. We'll be creating a dashboard for the user. We don't have it yet. And again, append the URL with request.url. So we'll be copy pasting this information quite a number of times. But you get the idea that how this is done, this is being used. So really nice way to work with this. I hope you got the idea of it. Now let's also say that prevent non-admin user to access the admin routes. So let's work with that. Another case could be that prevent non-admin user to access the admin resource or admin routes. So for this, let's just say we want to check for this again. if the role is not equals to admin and he's trying to access some of the resource, and we can actually copy this and paste this. All we have to do is look for that, hey, this time actually I think I would not like to go with this one because I want to hide all the resources behind /admin. So in that, I would love to just directly access the path name. And if the path name actually starts with admin, so just go ahead and say, oops, starts with, and I'll just say /admin. So if your role is not admin and you're trying to access any path which starts with admin, you should not be here. You should be somewhere else. So let's go ahead and, oops, we don't have the curly braces yet. So there we go. In that case, I'll just redirect you to the dashboard which is your perfect location. So there we go. We have protected admin routes with just 2 lines of code, hardly. And let's also handle one more case where we are going to say redirect auth users trying to access public routes. Like, why should you be accessing a sign up page or sign in page? And there we go. So again, now that you know, I can just go ahead and say, hey, this is going to be all copied. Let's go ahead and paste it up here. And there we go. So we have copied and pasted. Now we are checking that, hey, if all of this we have checked for admin, for the non-admin users, we don't need to check for the routes and all of that. We'll just check for the public route. You should not be anywhere in the public routes. That's it, because you are authenticated. Remember, we are in the conditional block where auth.userid exists. So I can just go ahead and say, hey, I have this public routes, and I would just check for includes, and I'll mention my include. So request dot next URL, and I'll say give me the path name. There we go. If that is included, then based on the role, I have to redirect you. I cannot redirect you just on dashboard. I need to redirect you. So next response, redirect. Let's actually cut this out, and then let's actually see that how we can actually redirect. So I'll open this up. Now I want to check whether based on the role I will be redirecting you. So again, paste this up, new URL. I don't want to redirect you onto the dashboard directly. Rather, based on the role it should happen. So new role, I'll just remove this one, hit an enter. And now if the role is admin, in that case, I'll redirect you to /admin/dashboard. And if that's not the case, I'll redirect you to /dashboard. So this is our first parameter we have worked on. Remember, we were previously giving just the dashboard. Now we are doing a conditional check here based on that. So this is this part. This whole thing is this part. And then we have separated by comma the second parameter, which is request.url. I hope the entering of the line makes it much clearer. So this is nice that we have worked on. So really cool way of working with the things. All right, so now what I want to do further is that all the thing that we are doing here, all this extraction of user might fail actually. So let's wrap this up inside a try catch. I think that would be a great strategy. So let's just say we are inside it. Just select all of this, select till here, and no need to write anything. Don't delete it, just write try catch. As soon as you do this, automatically everything goes into the try block and you come into the catch block, and now you handle just the error part of it. So let's just say we want to console.error, and we'll be just saying, hey, let's just dump the error. And let's also redirect it. So return next response dot redirect, and wherever you want to redirect, let's write new URL. And then we say that, hey, we will have a custom error page hopefully someday, and append the request.url. All right, rest of things is pretty common. So this is a matcher which decides that this file, this middleware, will run on how many of the routes. So you can go ahead and write your customized routes as well, that, hey, run this file. So this matcher, the whole idea behind having a matcher is run this file on every place. And again, you are seeing a lot of deprecated warnings and all of that. That's because I have no other way of getting this user as of now. But as the documentation will mature, as things will go, you'll figure out that, hey, now all these options are there in the latest one, which is the Clerk middleware. Again, this is something that happens and is so common that nobody can make an all-time updated tutorial. But I'm trying my best to show you that, hey, this is our goal. We are achieving that goal by reading the docs, and just this is basic logic. This has nothing to do with the Clerk. This is our classic NextJS 101. But as I go and find out a way, if I want to do this next time, I have my objectives very clear. The first objective is that I want to have my public routes being separated. Okay, got it. Now after that, my goal is to find out the user ID and how can I extract this information of this guy here. So I want to access this public metadata. This is my hunting ground now in the documentation. So hunt in that through the middleware, that how can I find it. Once you find it, then just go ahead and look for the logic that, hey, how can I go ahead and find out that I want to do something that happens after the authentication. If you find any problem, go into the Discord, discuss with the team so that they can tell you the best strategies to work with that. This is what I say, that working closely with the products team. Again, there is no one silver bullet for everything, but it works really, really nice there. All right, so this is all done, and it definitely took us some time to figure out this way as well, because we were also like, hey, we should not be showing this deprecated ones, but then we realized that, hey, this one is not yet cooked. It's almost there, but I will also be discussing more about with the team, and we'll be updating the tutorials. Probably we'll have some live session with the team itself that, hey, how can we do this much better way? What could be the best approach for this one? All right. So this is the basic part of it. Now, since we are already here, let's go ahead and work on with the sign in page as well, because that's most easiest thing that you can do. So I'll just remove everything and let's design one more page. I'll right click and we'll have a new folder, which is going to be sign-in. And inside that, just like we previously designed the page.tsx, let's go ahead and design a simple page.tsx. RFCE, there we go, and we're going to call this one as sign in. There we go. Okay, we can actually go ahead and borrow a whole lot of things from the previous one, the previous page, sign up page, at least a whole lot of this information. And let's just copy this and paste it up in the sign in. We'll figure out later on whatever we need and whatever we don't need. We'll figure out that. Now, the most important for this particular role is, previously we worked quite a lot with the use sign up. Now we want to use the use sign in, obvious reasons. Use sign in. So sign in will help us to grab every information that we probably want to have, and sign in is actually rather much more easier as compared to others. And again, basic information will remain same as it is. So for example, I don't want to do anything like here. Hey, this one, actually we need router as well. So just copy this, grab this information and say, hey, once this is all done, inside the sign in, and we should actually keep it up here, and we'll just say, so is loaded is not here, then obviously we'll need to bring this up. So, all right, my bad, this should not be here. There we go. We don't have this is loaded here. Do we have suggestions that actually can bring it? No, it doesn't have. Anyways, we can write that or can borrow this here. So go ahead, copy this, paste it up. Now that we have already discussed, so it doesn't really matter. And select all of this, move it up here. There we go. And this time we have use sign in. We definitely don't need sign up and all of this. We just need is loaded. So at least the basic functionality is done. All right. So if there is not loaded, we just want to say return null, don't do anything. Now the most important part is, before we return anything, is we want to define a method, which is submit. We already know that. So async function, and we're going to call this one as submit, which will have the parameters just like this. We'll have an event, which will be of type React form events. Prevent default, that is obvious. There we go. Now once this is all done, again the safety measures are exactly same. So whatever we have done in the sign up, yep, that's why I say once you learn and understand things, it's very repeatable information. And again, since we'll be sending some information to a clerk, getting some information, async is all good, but things might fail. So try catch is always a good option to work with. And only thing we have to worry about is, let's just use this sign in. So again, we didn't brought in sign in. Yep. Yeah, this is the one. So once we have this, so go ahead and use sign in, and inside that we have so many options to work on with. So this is the sign in that we are working on, and inside the sign in, all we have to do is create. Now this create again is not like sign up creates a user, but this is actually for creation of the part. And again, in order to have, like, let me just walk you through it. It's much easier to actually show you the docs rather than, so this is use sign in. So use sign in, it has is loaded, set active, and the sign in object. And if you look at the sign in object, what they mention here is initiate the sign in process by collecting the user authentication information and pass the appropriate parameters to the create method. So yes, that's exactly what we are doing, is we are going through with the create method and saying, hey, just create this one. Once I go ahead and create this, this is a promise, obviously. Then you have to define that what is the strategy that you are going for. Is it a password, link, email, code? There's a lot of things can work with that. Much easier is, let me show you. So this is how you go ahead and you first provide that, hey, how we are going to sign in. So for the identifier, I'll say that, hey, go ahead and use an email address. We don't have an email address yet. We didn't create a state for that. My bad. We are running this, so don't worry. So we'll have a state where we'll be storing our email address. So let's just say email address set email address, and that will be given to us by use state. By default it will be empty, so you know now how to store this one. And now we can say simply go ahead and use email address. There we go. So this is the one part of it, but hey, this is not going to work like this. Then this is the identifier as email address, and we'll also be sending you password. And again, I'll be creating the password, don't you worry. And again, identifier, because this is our sign in page, so we have just two things, email and password. There we go. So we have two of these things which are being given to us that, hey, just go ahead and work with that. Now again, just like you have seen, you can just click on this, like command click or control click, and see a little bit scroller that, hey, there's just so many things that it gives you. Needs identifier, needs first factor, needs second factor, needs new password, or is it complete? This is the one that we are looking up for. So I will just copy this and will verify in my response that, hey, what's happening? How do you get this? Let's store the result into a result variable. Feel free to call it whatever you like. And once this is all done, now let's just check for it. It's just an if and else case. So if the result dot status, of course. And by the way, you're worrying about why the status comes up. Notice here, this is the sign in status. If you'll read this, this gives you a callback, and through the callback, you return these types of data. So if the result dot status is equals to complete, that means, hey, it's all good. I just need to sign you up and redirect you to wherever I want to. I'll just say await, and then I can use a set active method. And again, we need to bring it up, by the way, in case you missed it up. So sign in. So the properties, the status are given here, so you can read about the status here, support identifiers and all of this. So there's one thing which is set active. So this is one here. So once the process is completed, use the set active method to actually set the sessions or organization, or there's a lot of things that goes. But the whole idea is you bring this up from here somewhere. There we go. Set active. And once we have the set active, we can just go ahead and say, hey, set active. What kind of a strategy you would like to follow to create this session as active? So I'll just go ahead and say I'll be using session. And from the result, just go ahead and create a session ID. There we go. And that's it. That is all it takes to just work with that. We don't need to store this result into any variable. So why to? Let's just go ahead and say router.push and push the user to wherever you like. In my case, I'll redirect him to dashboard. That makes sense. Now, if that is not the case, then obviously we would like to just handle the errors just by saying else, and let's just say console.log or error, whatever works for you, json.stringify, and I'll stringify the result, and I'll just say, there we go, basics all done. Now in the error part as well, the same stuff that we worked in the past as well. This error could be of type any, and we'll be saying console, this time not log, but just go with the error. And inside that, you know this already, we'll be just saying that, hey, the error that's coming up is, and we'll say error dot errors, and after that, the first element, which is the active error, and then we simply go ahead and say message. And we can actually go ahead and create another error. We will need it. We could have got it from there as well, but again, no big deal. We can just go ahead and say this is my error. This will be set error. And now since I have a state, I can display that variable message nicely. So let's just say set error, and inside that we'll be saying that error dot errors, the first element, which is the active error, and then we can just go ahead and grab a message out of it. There we go. Again, this comes by reading a lot of docs and all of that. So this is the whole logic part of it. That is it. Now let me just go ahead and grab the UI part of it. All right, so this is the basics, really basic card that we have designed. There's nothing much. It just says sign into the to-do. We have a simple form that submits, and as soon as it submits, we handle that. We have just two fields. This is the input field for the email address, nothing fancy. This is the input field for the password, nothing fancy again. And then we simply go ahead and this is just fancy stuff to show the password, really basic. And after that, we have this sign in button that works. So really basic, but you learned so much about dealing with the middlewares, dealing with so much of the information. So this video was definitely jam-packed, but I highly recommend the activity that I want to do with you here is go ahead and learn to read the docs, because Clerk is not the one. You will be dealing up with so many of these third-party applications. And what makes me super happy that the Clerk is actually active on the Discord. So if you're using it in production, you want some consultancy or anything, it's all free. It's all on the Discord, at least up to basic level. And there are like-minded people there as well, which works with you and can help you to decide that, okay, this is your special use case scenario. This is how you should be doing, or this is the one hack that I came up with. All right, so quite a lot of fun information about the middleware and whole in depth about it, as well as sign in. That's it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. Hey there everyone, welcome to the ultimate video about learning on the webhooks. So in any point of time in the life you want to see that I want to really understand what webhooks are and what are the different ways of handling the webhooks. Doesn't really matter if the webhooks are being triggered from applications like Clerk, or maybe the webhooks which are triggered by some payment gateway like Razorpay. They all foundationally are same, and if you understand the basics and foundation of it, then I'm 100% sure that you'll be nailing down the event-driven architecture. The event-driven architecture is whole based on that there will be some event which will be triggered and my system will be notified for that. I don't have to keep on waiting or polling, long polling. We don't do that. It is just an endpoint that will be hit by any service or system, and I'll behave and react on it. So it looks like almost like a user is acting onto your endpoint, but no, there is a lot more on that. Now, one of the most common scenario that you're going to see is especially the things that we are going to discuss with the Clerk. When the user actually signs up, Clerk provides you a lot of webhooks that can interact with your system. The same thing can happen in any payment gateway as well, where a payment is being triggered. You want more information, or maybe sometimes it takes a little bit more time for the payment to get processed. So you want that system should notify your application that, hey, when the success happens, and you can do a regular flow of that. So this is exactly what we'll be doing. Consider this as your crash course on the webhooks. So super excited to have you in this one. A lot of theory is involved in this. We'll be writing code as well. I'll walk you through how to design such system. You can test the system, and some gotchas. Everybody get these gotchas. I have talked to so many developers. They all get into these gotchas, especially webhooks don't work on the local system. They are not designed to work on that. But this doesn't mean you have to upload your system. There are solutions for that, and that's exactly what we'll be discussing in this video. So first of all, let's get with the basics of foundation of the webhook. Again, no prerequisite is required, but I'll be using Clerk as a simple endpoint to work on that so that it actually works for that. And there is a nice testing way, a way to test these endpoints directly in the Clerk. So hence we are using that. So all right. So the scenario for the webhook looks something like this. This is endpoint, and this endpoint is actually our server. So I'll just probably edit that. So this is our server, and it doesn't need to be your server altogether. It could be just a cloud function as well. A lot of people love to handle webhooks via the cloud function, but the whole point is it's your infrastructure. Now this is a service. This could be any service. In this case, we'll be using Clerk, but it could be something else, maybe Razorpay. Of course, there will be minor differences, but there could be others. So there could be Razorpay, there could be Stripe, or there could be other any services. So these are third-party services where we don't have control. Now, instead of keep on waiting on my service that, hey, something happened, maybe that happens after a minute or after 2 minutes, which is really a long time in the world of TikTok. But again, the whole point is I don't want to wait for this much long. I want that, hey, whenever this event happens, and there could be many events like this. For in our case, there are events like user created. So this is the event I'm waiting up for. Maybe you are waiting for another such event for a payment gateway. Let's just say maybe you are looking for a payment capture event. There are a lot of these events. These events are defined by the services, whoever is the service provider. So in this case, if I go ahead and walk you through with the Clerk as an example, that what kind of webhooks can be designed in the Clerk itself. So if I go back up here, and again on the home page of the webhook, let me go into this. Let me go into users, configure again. And if I go back onto the webhooks, each application have these kinds of webhooks. So let's just say I add an endpoint. I'll add this one a little bit later. So I'll just go ahead and say test, and we'll come on to this SWIX play. What is this SWIX play? This is an important key role in understanding this one. We'll definitely come on that. If this is bothering you, let me just say localhost :3000. It's ultimately not going to work, but let's just say we have an API endpoint where I say API / webhooks, whatever you like, and I'll just say register. This is my endpoint. It's not going to work, and you can just go ahead and look for a HTTP endpoint. That's the basic. But now what you're going to notice in every single application, you actually mark that what kind of events can be triggered. For example, there could be email created, the most common one which are being used. But if you look at the organization events, everything is there. Permission created, role being created, sessions being created, SMS being created. There's a lot of things. I'm interested in just user.created, but you can select multiple one of them, and then we'll also learn how we can filter out based on what event type is. Let's go ahead and click on create, and I'll show you more how this works. And right now it says invalid. So I'll just go ahead and say HTTPS. As of now, we are not on HTTPS. You can work with HTTP. I'll walk you through with that part when we'll come on to that point. So it says invalid URL. Again, it doesn't accept that. .1, although this will also fail, but I think this is going to take this one. Yeah, this one takes this one. So coming back, this is how you actually plan your webhooks, that okay, whenever this activity happen or this event happen, you go ahead and notify me on this particular URL. So that's the job that you do in this application. So all right, so some noise outside is gone, and now we can come back. So as we were discussing that it's the job of the platform to provide you these webhooks, just like we set up a webhook here. And we now know this event will happen. Whenever this event happens, I will be triggered on one of the endpoint which I mentioned up here. And after that, there are a few steps. It's not like I can continuously just start working with the flow. It doesn't work like that. If that would be that straightforward, anybody can misuse, first of all. So that's the problem. You need to set some hidden keys so that only you know validation is happening. And it's not your regular event that coming up so you can extract things from its headers and bodies. There's a process for it. Depends on what kind of webhook providers the other party is using. So for example, you're going to see a lot of names in the webhook industry which a lot of people use. So if you just look at the Clerk, and you saw this when you were creating this as well, I guess I can go back and notice here. This is the one that says configure your endpoint and test with the SWIX play. So this is your first hint. Usually these documentation and these websites are very upfront about what kind of player and anything that we use. So for example, in this case, they mentioned this SWIX. So I'll just open this up in a new tab. SWIX, it's a pretty popular company altogether. So SWIX is a company which allows Clerk to create these webhooks and have a service of that. And whatever the service your your servers are using, your third-party applications are using, you have to actually decode that information or get that information based on that. So for example, this is really a nice out-of-the-box service which measures about automatic retries if the endpoint is failing, so it tries it again. Security, logs and monitoring, development experience. So SFix is well known in the industry. So anybody who has worked with the webhooks, they know them very well. But it's not like these are the only ones. We have a couple of other players in that, like webhook.site is also one of them. Another one is webhookrelay.com, and there are others as well. Zapier also gives you webhook. So whoever is giving you these webhooks will give you these npm packages so that you know how to handle them. If you go into the docs of this, you'll see that there is so many ways that how you can handle and verify the webhook. So notice here, it says why verify a webhook? Because obviously nobody should be able to decode these messages, and it should not be. So if I go back up here, you are going to notice that in the webhook, I have a secret that I have to create. So if I go back into my API keys, I guess, let me check this. Oh, it's just outside here. I wish there would be a dark mode here, but again, probably I'm missing something. Anyway, so if you go on to any of the webhook, like we created this one, each webhook will give you this signing secret, and this needs to come with us. So the step one is obviously, let's go ahead and add this into our application. So I'll just go here and copy this. So this is just, you get it, go ahead and copy this and go back into our application, go into your environment variables. Obviously, I'll be removing all of them as soon as I publish the video. So let's just call this one as webhook_secret. There we go, and paste it. So this is your webhook secret. Only you knows it. Nobody outside of this knows it. So that's the step one. Once you're done with this, webhook secrets are done. Now, rest of the things are almost configured here. We need to just solve a couple of problems to work with. So first of all, whenever I want to verify any webhook with the SVix library, I have to first install it. So I'm not sure if it will copy just one or both. I'll just copy this and install this application onto my system. Again, whatever the service provider that you're using, they will all mention this, that we are using this X or we are using Zapier. Whatever they're using, there is an NPM package, or whatever the programming language you're using, there's a package for this one. Let's also go ahead and create an endpoint of this in case you don't know how to do that. I'm pretty sure you do know that. So in the world of Next.js, if you go ahead inside your app folder and create a new folder that says API, this is where you write most of your, not most, all of your backend, and this is where things goes. Now inside this, we are going to create a new folder, which is going to be webhook. Again, webhook, webhooks, whatever you want. And inside this, I'll create another folder. Yep, this is how it works. And that will be register. And inside the register, I will have a new file, which will be called as route.ts. Now, this whole thing will give you that whatever your URL is, for example, this is your URL, example.com, whatever example, eventexample.in.com, whatever that is, /API is the folder that you have created. After that, you have created a webhook as a folder. So this will act as a webhook. After that, you have created a register. So this is technically your endpoint. The problem actually lies when this example.com doesn't work. Even though we know that we have 127.0.0.1, this should work, but it doesn't work in the webhook space. Webhook cannot actually reach out to your local host system and can deliver you all the payloads and header. In order to solve this problem, we have another solution which is there, and this is known as local tunnel. Now you have heard about others as well. There is one more which is equally popular, known as ngrocks. Yeah, ngrocks. So this is the one which gives you the local tunnel, and you can just go ahead and install this. So this is also a really popular one. The one that we'll be using is local tunnel. So that is also there. So local tunnel LPM. So if I go ahead and open up this local tunnel LPM, you can install this globally. Since I use it quite often, I have it installed as globally on my system. Now, once you have installed it on a system or global level, then all you have to do is LT. This is a command that it installs you, and then simply say -- port and whatever the port you want to open. In our case, we'll be opening a port 3000, but whatever the port you want to open. So how does this work? Let me show you. It's a little bit of a slower end process, but again, nothing to worry. I'll just go ahead and say fire this up as npm run dev. I know now that this is running on port 3001. Probably my other application is running. So whatever the port you want to open doesn't really bother anywhere. So we want to open up in this browser. So let's go ahead and open this up. So 3001. All right. So we have this application up and running. Now, once you have local tunnel installed, you can fire up one more terminal and can say, hey, local tunnel, or just enter this one. It will give you all the options for you to study. And again, it is good that you study more about it. But in case you don't want to do that, then obviously you can come back here and just see that, hey, -- port is the most important option for me. And don't use open. Open has different structure and different tunnels. We just want to have ports being provided. So let's go ahead and do this. So LT, we know -- port. In our case, it's 3001. So as soon as you hit this, this is going to give you a local URL, which is on HTTPS. And this is the URL where your webhooks can actually deliver the payload, whatever the information they're getting. Just giving you a brief idea, this is a slower one. And the first time when you open it up, yep, this is how exactly it looks like. It will ask you that, hey, give me the tunnel password. Now, in order to capture the tunnel password, you need to look out that, hey, what is my tunnel password? Go ahead, open this up. And yes, this weird looking thing, this is your tunnel password. Copy this entirely carefully. Click up here and click on submit. So this will open up your application. This is slow. This is slow. So this is what you have. Now, what you have to do is and by the way, this every single time this gives you a new URL, but you can also control that through the application as well. There are enough instruction given to you that if you want to have a subdomain or a local host, whole information is written to you, but I'm okay with this one. I go back up here. And now instead of this, I want to edit that where this endpoints needs to come. So instead of this, just go ahead and add it. You already know now /API/local. Basically, you got a temporary domain. That's all. Now this will solve your problem of delivering this. Otherwise, what is going to happen is if I go ahead and open up back onto this. So we have these webhooks, which you can see 94% of failure. This is because we tested it out on the local host quite often to see that how and where it is failing. So notice here, some of them succeeded, but a lot of them got failed. If I open up a log or anything for any failure once, you are going to notice that where it delivered is on our local host, and that is the reason why it actually failed. So I guess we have activity. So basically that's why it failed. So you get the point and you get the idea. There could be other reasons why it failed, but you get the point that how this actually works and all of these things. All right, so some of the problems are being solved. So now that coming back here, we know that webhooks are of different varieties. SWIX is just one of them, but there are many others as well. And on top of that, these are responsible for sending us an event, and we cannot get an event on our local host in the testing environment. So we need some kind of a tunneling perspective. If you are deployed all the time and on the internet, hey, that's good. You can just get reach there. But in case you are not, then there are a couple of options like ngrocks, or there is local tunnel. I prefer to use local tunnel for no reason at all. And then we can actually grab this one. But how we are going to write our endpoint, that is also a little bit challenging. Not much, but a little bit challenging. Let's set this up. And I think it's better that if we talk about it on the go, that would be easier. The first thing, once we have installed the things, is we want to bring in a webhook. Webhook. And this will come from the SWIX. This is the first and most important thing. Apart from this, the whole idea behind SWIX is SWIX also sends you some of the headers. This is really interesting. And it's not like magically I came to know that. I read their documentation. I'll point you with the exact point where I found that. Don't you worry, but we need to grab the headers. So our headers in the Next.js comes from Next, and we have these headers. There we go. So that we can extract all information from it. Now, not only that, we will be requiring some things from the Clerk itself because it's a Clerk webhook. So obviously Clerk will also do some of his magic. So we'll be saying a webhook event. Notice here, this comes from the Clerk servers altogether. Now our flow is, we are already aware of what the flow we want to have. For example, as soon as a user registers, this is our flow. Previously we didn't talk about in this video, but the whole idea is exactly same. So as soon as a user registered using the Clerk, a webhook will be triggered on the Clerk side, and it will notify our webhook, and our webhook will act and will register the user in our own customized database. We are using Prisma and NeonDB for that, but feel free to use Drizzle or any other better choice that if you have. So, but one thing is sure that we need Prisma in this case. So let's go ahead and grab the Prisma. We have already the localhost connecting file there. After that, we simply go ahead and say, hey, we'll be using an async function for this one. And this function will be handling the post request. Most of the webhooks actually gives you the post request. There might be exception, haven't dealt with that. But yeah, this is usually the case. All right, so there we go. Now, the most important thing, first thing is grab your webhook secret. That's the most important part for you. So process.env. And we don't have suggestions. So grab your webhook secret because we want to initially just check this, that do we have the webhook secret or not. Let's call this one as webhook underscore secret, just like that. Now that I have a webhook secret, the first option or first point is you haven't, whether you have configured the webhook or not. So just go ahead and check this one, just like this. If you don't have webhook secret, just simply go ahead and throw an error. This is the most important thing. Throw new error, and that says, please add webhook secret. So anybody who is using our application secret should know that, hey, please add webhook secret in env files or wherever you are deploying this. All right, so this part is all done. Now what to do next? Zero idea. So let's go ahead and see that we know that Clerk uses SVIX. So do we have any information from the SVIX that how do we work that? So first step was to install it. And then we simply go ahead and look for here. So it says, hey, I really need to know the secret of it. So we grab the secret, we are up there, and import the webhook from the SVIX. And by the way, this is available for all the programming language. We are focused on JavaScript. We can convert that into TypeScript as well, but this is what we need. After that, you need to extract the headers as well. So if somebody is using SVIX, then whenever the webhook is being triggered, we are expecting that we'll be having some information like SVIX ID, and we'll be having SVIX timestamp, and we will be having SVIX signature. After that, we can go ahead and extract the payload from it. So, and again, and this part of creating a webhook is required so that only you are dealing with the webhooks where the secrets are rightly present there. You are not handling any other requests that are coming in. So this part actually does that. After that, once everything is all good, we have WH, which is webhook. It verifies everything up here. And then based on the payload and the header, we can extract whatever the information we need and all of that. So all we got to do is now just replicate this whole thing. So this whole thing, we can just copy paste this, or you want to write that, you can go ahead and do that. So first and foremost, what we're going to do is let's just call this one as header payload. So this header payload will come to us from the headers. Remember, the headers are NextJS headers. Look at this at the very top. Yep, these are the ones. So we have extracted this as header payload. Now let's go ahead and extract information out of it. So the first information is header payload. You go ahead and we will get a field which is known as SVIX ID. And nobody remembers that. Everybody just comes here and say, hey, I can actually grab all of this. We need only this one. So let's just paste this here. First thing that we need is SVIX ID. So let's just grab this SVIX ID. We'll need the timestamp, and we'll be needing the signature as well. So copy paste. We need the timestamp. Copy this, paste this, and we need the signature. Copy this and paste this. All right, so these are the information that we need. And now obviously we would like to store that. So I think I can have multiple of these cursors. Const, and we'll call this one as SVIX. And now let's name one by one each one of them. This one is ID. This one is timestamp. And obviously this one is signature. All right, so extraction is all done. Now validate this just like they also do it. This is a compulsory part. This needs to happen. So pretty basic. So if there is no SVIX ID, or if you are missing anything from the timestamp, or if you are missing SVIX signature. So if any one of them is missing, I don't want to move forward. I'll just go ahead and say return new response, and we can just go ahead and throw a response which says error occurred. Okay, and no SVIX headers, so that at least we know that what we are dealing up with is really stable, at least what we are getting. All right, so this part is all done. Now the next part is that we want to extract the payload as well. Payload is the data that comes up from the webhook. So if I go up here and want to see that, hey, what kind of data you will be sending me. So for this, the best example is you can just hit on testing and select the event. Like I have just won this event, and this is the schema that they will be sending up. Obviously you have to go a little bit in depth of what it's just like API handling. Now we will have this one. The way how it is being handled in the NextJS is, let's just call this one as payload, and the payload is going to come up with await. Don't forget this request.json. We don't need to add any JSON or something. It's automatically there in NextJS. So this is your payload. Now let's just go ahead and extract, call it as a body. So we'll just say json.stringify the payload. There we go. So you have all of your data now and where you can work with that. So that part is all done. Now what's the next step? Let's see. The next step is these two. So we have got the payload. So whatever the payload is coming up, it depends on what application you're using. We are using NextJS. That's why we are using this format. If you're using a classic Node package, then go ahead and use that. I'll just go ahead and grab the final piece and we'll paste it up here. So let's just see what happens with this part. So again, we are just trying to create a webhook secret, which will help us to extract information, validate information, and a whole bunch of other things. But our secret is different. Our secret is here, webhook secret. So there we go. So we are creating a webhook, a special data type object. And after that, we'll not use this one. We'll use it in a little bit different format. We also don't need this. So we have this webhook. Now, here's the interesting part. We'll create an event. This event will give us a lot of information. And this event is actually a webhook type event, a webhook event. Right now, there is no data inside it. It's just an empty variable that I've created because I will be extracting information from it after verification. Notice here it says wh.verify. This is what I want to use, but the chances of failing this is quite high. So let's just go ahead and use a try catch. And inside this, let's use the same above variable event, and the event will get the value with webhook.verify, and inside that we'll just provide that, hey, what all the payload is, what all the headers are. Now in our case, payload is not directly the payload, it's actually a body. So go ahead and fill up the variables. This is body. And the headers are not like that. So we have to provide the headers. Again, they are offloading the headers like this. It's a big object. Data types are important. So we have this big object and they actually expect this. So we extracted them all in one variable. So we can just provide it now. Let's just remove this and provide an object. We could have created object earlier as well. And I think it's good that if I just copy this and paste it up here, so we know exactly what variables are there, and then I can just go ahead and replace the values. So svix id, and here we have the timestamp. Oops. This one is going to be timestamp. Oh, the signature is pretty big. And this one is svix signature. There we go. So all the values are being provided. We can also cast it because it doesn't know, hey, what kind of event is there. So we know it for sure that this is, so we can actually forcefully cast it as a webhook event. There we go. Should be all happy now. Okay, this is all done. Now you have this event object. Now it's very, very important that you go ahead and dump this onto your console log to understand it properly, that what actually I get once I go back onto this event. And again, if this actually catches the error, let's handle the error part. And we'll say console.error, and we'll say error verifying webhook, because that's what happened. It couldn't verify that error. And we'll say return new response, and the response will be error occurred. You can definitely go ahead and grab better error messages and all of that. I'll also give a status code as well. Status of 400. All right, should be all okay. Okay, if this part is all done and you are able to achieve all of this, the try catch part, assuming that now this event value is being filled, so let's go ahead and extract data out of it. Now again, it's important that you go ahead and dump it down and see what object it is. I'll just cut the chase short here for you. So we first of all want to grab the ID, and that's going to be event dot data. That's how we actually got it. This is event. And we can also go ahead and grab the event type as well, because you'll be using multiple one of them. So I want to make sure that the code is compatible for the future. So this one will be event dot type. Now again, if you are feeling a little lazy that, hey, I don't want to do that, this is what we are extracting here. So this is the type, which you see that, hey, this is the event type, which is user.created, which is marked for us. We can extract more things. We can extract this thing. We are more interested in the data. So that's what I'm extracting. This is where you get all the things like email addresses. There could be many. So it's an array. So handle it accordingly. In that, you have to extract the email addresses, IDs, whatever you wish. Depends on how well nurture you want to make your code. There is primary address. So I'm interested in the two things. I get from the data ID from the data, and I want to verify that what kind of event was triggered. Because within just webhook, you can go ahead and add more of the things. All right, so this is the part where you do some of the console logs. So logs will be super happy for you in this one. So go ahead and do that. Now let's write a robust code which is future proof and can help you with that. It's very simple. It's just an if else. It just simply says that, hey, if the event type that you are receiving is actually like this, user.created, then again, I want to do certain things. So do whatever you want to do. If you have more events, then go ahead and write more code. After this, there is no involvement of SWIX or Prisma or anybody else. We are now just working with the regular API calls. Yeah, so these are extra activities that you have to do, and this much only, this much only. And in case you are worried about other data types like Zapier and all of them, they all provide you exactly these kinds of information. And somebody calls them as SWIX, somebody calls them as Superman, doesn't really matter. This is the whole idea. This is all the basics. But since we are here, let's just go ahead and fire up a Prisma. What do we want to do? I'll go ahead and fire up a try catch. I'll extract some information from the event data. So you know this is where you have to study. So I'll go ahead and say I want email addresses. That is going to come up from event.data. And what else you want to bring in? And I would also say primary email address ID. We only get ID. We don't get the value directly. Why are you having an issue? All the structure elements are unused. Property does not exist. Email addresses. It should be email addresses. Let me grab this. It exists. Email addresses. Probably I'm missing something. Yeah, these things do happen. All right. Typo. My bad. Okay, again, go ahead and dump down the data. So go ahead and do log practice here. So what you are getting, this is always a good exercise. Now is the interesting part, especially with the clerks. So if you go ahead and look at this email addresses, this is an array. Further, if you open it out, it's the first item. And then you have this email address. So this is where you get the email address as the field name. You can also verify this based on the IDs. So you are extracting IDs. So you can safely do this, or you can do this as regular, totally up to you. So I'll go ahead and say I want to extract primary email as my variable. And how I will do it is I know I have this email addresses, which is an array, and I can use a method find for it. And once I have this method find, I'll go on each of the property. And if the email, I'll call this one. So wherever this email.id field matches with primary email address ID, that is the ID that I want. Again, you don't have to do this. This is 100% optional. You can just directly grab it if you are looking for it. But again, it's up to you how you want to work with that. But one thing you have to do is check here. Before doing anything, make sure you check that if there is any primary email address that you are able to grab it, or you are just shooting in the empty spaces. So we'll just say return new response, which says no primary email, come on, email found. You can go ahead and throw up an status code as well if you wish. 400 is good enough. All right, this is the basics. And now just a simple stuff, which is create a user in Neon, or our DB in this case, Postgresql. How do we do that? It's super simple. You go ahead and use await. Then you have the Prisma access already. So go ahead and use Prisma. The table name in our case is called as user. And then we have simple method that is create. We just have one, so we'll just use a create. Objects, just pass on your data just like this. So data will work like this. What kind of data you want to give based on consult your table. In this case, I'll just say, hey, just add a user with the ID. We'll keep the event same as well, ID at least. So event.data.id, ID, and I'm making sure that, yeah, this will come. You will see that, no problem there. And we will also have the email, which will come from primary email dot email address. Yeah, you have to actually dig it a little bit there. Again, this is just a regular API handling, nothing much. We also have one more field, which is subscribed there, which I would like to default turn it as false. Now, once this is all done, let's just hold this into a new user as a variable, just like that. And once this is all done, we can just do a console log for ourselves that, hey, user was created, user or new user created. And after that, let's also dump it. You don't have to do this in the production, but just giving you the idea that how this is being done. So this is the basic part of it. And I'll just copy this because I'll be using this. In the catch part, we can just simply go ahead and say, hey, I want to return a new response, which says error in creating a user in DB or something like that. Error creating user in database. That might fail. Again, we don't know this. So this is the part of it. And once all of this is done, so remember this, we have been working in this whole if statement so far. So if this is the type of event, that is all good. We would love to send a response back. This is also interesting. You don't need to do this, but it's a good practice actually. Otherwise, your error rates will be spiking up super high. So response, and again, each one of the webhook expects a different status to be returned, or sometimes even different messages to be returned. Most of them just worry about, you give me a status code 200 back and I'll be all okay that you have received it, processed it, however you want, but it's up to you. I'll just go ahead and say webhook received successfully. Make sure I'm not doing any typo. I'm pretty sure I'm doing. Status is 200. And that's it. Told you. Now, after watching this video, I expect that you will never ever face any problem with any of the things that you're working with that. All right, so this is all good. Again, we extracted this ID, never used it. Should have done that in the console log, but let me just walk you through once summarizing this whole thing, because I know this is first time you're handling this. So let me just walk you through. So the whole idea behind the webhook is really simple, that applications give you webhook. An application, when they give you webhook, they cannot reach out to your localhost. So first, figure out your problem of localhost easily, local tunnel, ngrocks, whatever you wish. After that, the webhook is going to be triggered. So you have to configure a webhook, give it an endpoint that, hey, I'm waiting for some of the information to be received on this endpoint. Give that and select what are the events you are looking up for. It could be payment captured, it could be user created, whatever you are using. And then also figure out what kind of platform they are using. Is it a regular webhook? Do they have any package for it, or it's just a regular request? It could be also a regular request, but again, you have to make sure the secrets are exchanged properly and all of that. Again, it could be a chance. After that, make sure you validate this. Every single webhook needs to be validated properly so that you are communicating with the client which you are expecting. It's not like any user is just having fun with the postman. So we also work with that. And after that, extract the header information and just continue with the flow. That is the whole idea. And I really want that if you go ahead and try it like this, then it would be much awesome for you. You can go ahead and always try this out. You can do the testings and all of that. So you can send the event, what happened, send an example. Don't be afraid of it. It's just going to show some numbers that, hey, now notice here, it says, hey, we have failed this one. So why we failed this one? Go ahead and configure this and understand this. My application probably need another restart. Let me just open this up. So we are onto this here. And again, we probably need to work more onto this one, but we'll just see. All right. So let's just see what happened. So notice here it says /signin. So the response is /signin. So right now we need to configure our middleware a little bit, because the application where we reached is sign in. It's not allowing this webhook to reach there. So obviously we need to debug this. Let's go into the middleware. This is the point. So webhook /API /webhook /register. Let's just see that. API webhook register. All right, let me quickly check this, why we are facing this. Welcome to real world development. That's how thing happens. You work with it, they show the error, you don't run away with them, you actually work with them. So again, no matter how experienced you are, you have to learn the debugging skills because that's where the programming actually exists. So how did I debug? I'll walk you through with that. Yes, there were some embarrassing situations as well. So the first one was, I'm pretty sure you have already noticed that, was inside this webhook. So this H was missing. I'm pretty sure by the time I was recording this, all of these things, you might have already gone through this. So the first issue was that I was not able to reach out my webhook. So initial first instinct was, hey, my middleware is not configured properly, but turns out middleware was properly configured. I reached out, tried to reaching out the middleware through the Postman. So whatever the web URL is, I reached it out and it says, hey, error occurred, no SVIX header. Previously, it gave me errors like some of these errors. I'll show you if I can, where it says, hey, doesn't exist, so I don't think so we have these previous ones, but you get the idea. Previously I got the errors that, hey, I couldn't, there is no, in the dashboard I saw that environment variables are not set, all thanks to this one. So then I fixed this, and then I simply moved to that this part that, hey, if the Postman is showing me the error that, hey, there is no SVIX header, then at least I'm reaching out to that point where I don't have the SVIX header, but at least I'm able to hit the endpoint. So what could be the next step? So I realized that once I was sending the endpoint, I actually named it as webhooks, just an extra S, and it was bothering. Obviously, the URL is wrong. So once I fix this, and again, there is no change in the code still remains as it is, whatever we have. And once I did the final testing with selecting the event and everything, we were able to get the first success here. If I open this up, you're going to notice that, hey, this is all they care, that, hey, response code was 200, the response is up here, and this is all what we got up in this one. So this is all about the webhooks handling part of it. And since the webhook are working fine, we were able to grab the user and add it into the user table as well. Of course, this time the user was example.example.org because that's what the information we got. But the whole idea, the whole process of how the Webflow works, how to even debug these, you got all of this. So I think this makes it as almost like a perfect crash course where you learn all about handling the webhooks, event-driven architecture, SVIX, lot of stuff. I cannot fulfill all of them in the title, but hey, it was a quite fun journey. Hope you have enjoyed this. If yes, do let me know. Tweet out about this video. Let all people know that, hey, there's an interesting series going on. There's an interesting course going on. That's it for this one. Let's catch up in the next one. Alright, so we have moved on to a very good position in this playlist or in this section of the course where we have achieved quite a lot. In fact, almost all that we wanted to achieve is already being done. Our focus was majorly to design a simple application which uses the Clerk as an authentication and keep the entire authentication system little out of it. And we learned about setting up the Prisma, NeonDB, and a whole lot more. Now, at this point, what we're building up is just our regular software. And obviously, our goal is not to build a to-do application, but I will still not hesitate to walk you through that how these applications are built. Maybe you want to have a little bit more experience towards Prisma and dealing up with the CRUD applications. So I'll walk you through with that. Again, the source code will be entirely available to you, but let's just plan this out. Let's make this video as well so that I can walk you through. Again, it's not going to be full-fledged because the goal was not to build a software, but actually to walk you through how to build a SAAS starter kit. And if I just walk you through, so this whole part that we were worried about, whole of this is now all done. We have the clerk, we have registered user, we have webhook, we have this green box already being covered, we have this user part, admin part all covered. Now what goes inside this user, like you want to consume a service, you want to create some things, update some things, delete something, 1,000 facilities can be given to the user and 1,000+1 can be given to the admin as well. So whatever you do inside in there, this is not like primary objective of this section, but still I'll walk you through. So if I just go up here in the regular application section, I would love to do and create a simple route, which is subscribe, in which you can have a post or get. Get gives you that how you are subscribed or not, and post is going to just click and say, hey, now you are subscribed. Now it's your job up to how you want to make sure that user is subscribed to your service. Maybe you want to add an additional pay button there. So if the payment information is being captured, you send that information to your payment gateway. If it successfully captures the payment, then only you give that, or you just want to give them directly. It's totally up to you how you design your service. Similarly, for the to-dos, obviously, nobody's going to buy your to-do service. You need to write a little bit more on that. But just for the sake of it, let's just say we have a post and get in the to-dos. So you can just go ahead from the home page, you can post it, you can list all the to-dos. And maybe if you click on any particular to-do, then you want to either append it, like you want to mark it as complete or not, or you want to delete it. So this is a really classic functionality that you work with that. But I thought let's make a video on this as well so that it gives you an idea. Maybe you want to have more experience of how the Prisma works, how the basics are being done. So I have actually created the routes for all of them. As you know, the subscription, we are writing the APIs or the backend part of it. So look at this. The route for subscription is just there. Then we have to-dos. So inside the to-dos, we have this basic route file, which will act as this one. So to-dos, this whole post and get will be written here. And if I open up this square box ID, that means capture all the routes. So whatever is written after slash API slash to-do slash whatever the path is, we'll capture that. And in that, we can actually select an individual to-do and mark it as put or delete, like check marked and all of that. Again, this is a bit of an advanced section here. So I am expecting that you know how to build your softwares because the goal was to actually teach you how to build a simple SaaS application, which has role-based access also. Now, how you build your software, right now we are just going with the simple to-do, but maybe I have an old playlist in which we learned how you can use Cloudinary to build your own AI-powered application, which can compress the videos, compress the images, and reshape them, resize them. So maybe that application can just inject right up there. So if you haven't watched that, go watch that video. It's a whole series. So it's a really fun series that we built with the Cloudinary. So it's up to you what you want to serve with the user. All right. So let's get started with the subscription. First of all, what I want to do is build the subscription service. So we'll have two methods. The first one will be post. Another one will be get method. So how do we do that? Pretty basic stuff. The first one is get the next response because you will be sending some of the response. That's 100% sure. So next response, and we will be needing auth from the next clerk next. So let's just say I want to bring auth. This auth will help you to grab the user directly, so you don't need to consult with anything. So I'll just go ahead and say this is Clerk, NextJS, and make sure it's server. Again, it's really important that you go ahead and read more about this auth. We have learned so much about the hooks, so I think it's all done now. And I will also grab a Prisma from the lib Prisma. So this will give us the connection string for that. Whenever you want to make any API call, it's a classic 101 NextJS, I would say, that how do we write the backend API points. So I'll just say export async function. This one will be post route, just like that. And there we go. So this is how we write the post, and this is how we write the get method. Again, whatever you want to write, however you want to wish, these are the verbs that we define. In almost all of them, you first want to grab the user. So user is actually given to you via this auth, and you can just go ahead and extract it just like this. So what do you want? I want a user ID from this, and based on this user ID, you can actually inquire with the Prisma. You can inquire with Clerk if you wish to have something. So that's basic. Now, if you're not able to capture the ID, then it's a problem. So just go ahead and write a simple classic if statement here. Let's say if we don't have any user ID, then let's just go ahead and return a response. So we'll just say return next response. Let's throw up a JSON response like this, and we'll say, hey, we received an error. And this one is unauthorized. If you're not able to get that, that's unauthorized. And let's say we want to put up a status of 200, not 200, obviously, 400, rather 401 precisely. So there we go. Really basic, no big deal there. Now the next step is obviously this is a subscription. So the idea is if somebody clicks on the subscribe, made a post request, maybe at this point you want to capture the payment detail, a whole bunch of other things. So let's just say this is a part where you capture payment. So maybe he's clicking on the entire field where he enters his credit card and all these information, and then click on subscribe. So this is the part where you come and write the logic for payment capturing. Maybe you're using Razorpay, maybe you're using Stripe, PayPal, whatever you're using. This is the part where it goes. And assuming that this is all done and happy, now let's go ahead and add subscription to that user. That's pretty simple. That's a classic 101 logic. So let's just say we hit a try catch. In this, we first of all go ahead and say await. then use Prisma and look out for a table that is user. And once we are in that table, let's go ahead and find that. You should have find that in advance if you are capturing the payment. Otherwise, why we are doing this? And we need to write a clause that, hey, which user we want to find one. So in the Prisma, you can just write a where clause just like this. Notice here the where clause. The where clause takes an object. So this is how it goes. You provide what field I'm looking up for, what value I'm looking up for. So I'll just go ahead and say I'm looking for a field of ID where the value is going to be user ID. Just like that. And that's it. Your Prisma query or your SQL query is ready. Behind the scene, Prisma will create an SQL query and will find it. You don't have to worry. Assuming that, let's just say it has given me a user, then it's all great. If there is no user again, then I think we can actually borrow this code. And yep, so let's just copy this and paste it up here. So if we don't have any user in this case, then obviously we would love to send a response. Instead of unauthorized, rather better would be user not found. User not found. Obviously do this before capturing the payment or hitting the payment services, but you get the idea. Now, what do we want to do? Let's just say we want to grab, first of all, when is your subscription, current status of your subscription. So let's just say we want to grab subscription ends. So for this, we are going to say new date. All right. So this is your subscription ends. What I want to do is I want to extend 1 month in the subscription. So what I'll do is I have captured what is the current date right now. And once I'm done this, I'll just say subscription. And inside that, I'll say set month, which is a classic method. What month do I want to set on this one? So whatever the current month is, I want to activate the subscription for the next month. I'll just say get month here, get month, and I'll just say +1. So that's a classic 101 technique that, hey, we are grabbing the subscription for whatever the current month is, and I'll add the subscription for 1 more month. Now I have this field which says subscription ends, which is also a field in my Prisma. Notice here subscription ends. So I'm just expanding this one. So whatever the value is, I'm just fitting up that value. All right. And time to hit another query to update the value. So how do we update the things? Again, everything starts with await. Whenever you're hitting the database, awaits, try catch is your best friend. So we simply go ahead and reach out Prisma and we say in the user table, we want to update something. So again, classic method update. You don't have to write SQL query. Prisma does everything for you. So for this, how do you want to update? I want to update with where clause, obviously. So the where clause is exactly same. We are looking for an ID field where the ID is matching the user ID. So once you have find out this one, what is the data that you want to update? So this is my data, just like that. What are the fields you want to go? First of all, I have a field which is subscribed. Yep, that's the one. Nice suggestion. All thanks to the Prisma client that is giving us these suggestions. So we'll just want to mark it as true. We have another field to add, which is subscription ends. And we have a value field, which we have actually added just above here. So this is the value we have updated. So go ahead and fill it with this one. All right. So this is all what we have. And if you wish, you can store this user into a variable as well, which says update, not like that, updated user. And there we go. Now it's totally up to you whether you want to send this field to the front end or not, or whoever is consuming this API. I think sending this is a good idea. Next response, just like that. And we say JSON. There we go. In the JSON response, let's just say we send a message. And the message says subscription. Come on. Subscription successfully. And we will also say that, hey, subscription, let's just also give this subscription ends for this. So for this updated user, let's give that one field, which is subscription ends. Again, up to you how you want to consume it, how you want to go with that. This is the part where I'm not much worried. And again, if we have an error, let's just go ahead and say console.error. And we say, hey, there is an error. Or we can just have it like this. Error updating subscription. There we go. And I think it's a good idea to return a response as well. next response, and we'll say again a classic JSON. We should have a shortcut or maybe a method which does all of this. For this, we'll send an error just like this, and we'll say internal server error. And if we want to send, we can send the status as well, because we messed up somehow, don't know how, but there's a 500. This one is on us. So you get the idea that whatever you want to do, this is the functionality part. That's why I'm saying this course was, or this playlist entirely was not designed for the functionality part, but you get the idea. You're getting some fun and you're learning how to deal up with the Prisma. And there is no second thought actually. When you work with the Prisma, there is no second thought that how I'll write my query. It's all just methods and function. So again, really nice. Let's just say we have this get method as well, which gives you the subscription as well. Now, how you want to grab it, totally up to you. Let's write this one as well. It will be fun. So some of the stuff will be same from the top, I guess. So yeah, we need actually this. We don't need to capture the payment. This is just a status. So let's just come back here and say, hey, this part we need to do. After that, let's open up our try catch block. And inside the try catch, the goal is simply to find the user. So I think that part is also the same. So yeah, I guess this is the part. We can copy this, same logic. So in the try part, we try to find the user with the unique ID, and we want to get its status. Now here's the interesting part. What we can do is a little bit extra. Previously, we were finding all of this, finding unique, but turns out there is one more thing that we can do. I'll just grab this onto a next line so that it's much easier. Turns out in the Prisma, you can actually select what fields you want to grab. Like we have in the classic regular SQL statement, select. Why is it not suggesting me? It is select a field. Okay, why are you having an issue? Cannot find the name select. Oh, my bad. This should be actually, yep, this is a find unique method. So I'll just go ahead and bring you up here. There you go. Should be much happier now. All right. Yep. Arranging them a little bit. Excuse me for a second. I just need to, yeah, there we go. So in the select field, what you can do is you can mark that, hey, these are the fields I want to select, and you send me that. Don't send me whole data. So let's just say this is the is subscribed and this is true. So I'm not marking the value as true. I'm just saying that, hey, I want this field that you give it to me. Subscription ends. And there we go. So now we have only the subscription value, not the whole users and emails that are coming up, because the whole idea is I just want to send the user that, hey, what's the date is he subscribed or not, and all these fields. So that based on this, somebody can mark that, hey, subscribe, or can disable that button or remove that button entirely from the stack, from the DOM itself. All right. Now further is, let's just find what's the date so that we can find out whether you are subscribed for this month or not. So let's just say we create a variable now and we say new date. So now we have a value that, hey, this is my current date. And based on this, I can find out a true and false that, hey, whether you are subscribed or not. So let's just say we create a simple if statement. In this, we say that user dot subscription ends if this field is present. And not only that, this fields should be less than now. That means, hey, you are not subscribed. So I can send the message just like that. So I'll say subscription ends. If it is less than now, again, I don't have to do the date conversion. It will do automatically for me. I love that part. In this, now we can just go ahead and say that, hey, let's update the user and flush out all the fields. Maybe that's what we want. It's highly dependent what you want to do with this get methods. If somebody is calling this get and subscription ends, anyways, we're not much worried. So let's just say await, and we'll say Prisma dot user dot update, and just goes like that. And we are updating the field as well. Let's just select, we have a where clause, classic ID, which will be mapped to user ID. And then we can just go ahead and update the date, not date, data. What is the data that you want to update? So in this case, is subscribed becomes false because it's a new month. So every new month we change it up, and we simply go ahead and say subscription ends. We just remove everything from there, and that's it. Now we have marked a subscription as gone. So yeah, as soon as a new month changes, it will find out. And basically what we have written is that if this goes up and subscription is less than now, if it is a new month, then it's all gone. Yeah, pretty good. Again, it's all functionality. I'm not worried about what's happening, how is it happening, and all of that. I just wanted to show you different methods, so that's the goal. Not focusing much on that. It was not planned in the tutorial as well. Return next response, and we'll say JSON. If you just wanted to send the status that, hey, what's the status of right now, or what the values are right now, so that front-end guy can do all the things, you can do that as well. No worries. And I'll say is subscribed. Let's just is subscribed. That field I'm sending as false, because if this is true, it's all false. Otherwise, it is subscribed. So I'll just go ahead and say here, and we'll say subscription ends. Copy that. Oops. Copy that. Need that field. And I'll just go ahead and send this as null. Now this is the case where I'm checking whether the user has less of this. If that's not the case, if the user subscription is not less than now, that means he is subscribed. So in that case, I don't have to do all these checks and all of that. If that's all the case, let's just return this. Return next response. I hope you are able to understand the logic that I'm writing. If not, I'll just explain it to you. No worries on that part. So in this case, we just need these two values. Copy that. Oops. And paste it up here. So this one is, we have the access of user. So we'll just say user dot and is subscribed. And here also we'll send the user dot subscription end. So let me walk you through in case you got confused in that part. So in this particular get route, what I have done is, first of all, I have found out the user. I think that part is very clear. Then I went into the Prisma and said, hey, give me this user and give me the detail about the subscription is subscribed and is subscribed ends. And again, for every time you are making this request, you might be making this request in the month of January, then February, then March. So I need to know in what month you are sending the request. So this part is also very basic. No need to worry on that. So the first thing is I need to know that what is the current month right now. Based on this, I can find out that the subscription date that I have added in the users table field, whether that's an active field right now or not. And if that is not an active field, I'm just making some cleanup in my database so that I can just remove everything so that I don't have to even check in the further. Maybe you have subscribed for the month of March and now it's April, and in the April month, the subscription is gone. So that's what this particular piece of code is checking. So I'm saying that, hey, user has this field, it is there. If it is not there, that means it's all gone. The subscription is not even there. So that's no problem there. But if you have the subscription ends field, and subscription is less than now, that means, hey, you were subscribed in previous month. In this month, you are not subscribed. So I extra went ahead into this one Prisma and said, hey, now let's remove his subscription. So we removed the subscription and send the response that, hey, you are not subscribed. But in case your subscription is not passing this particular stage, that, hey, it's not less than now, it's more than now, that means you are subscribed, and I'm giving you the status that, yes, you are subscribed and you're working with that. I hope now it makes it clear. Sometimes writing the code and explaining it on the go, because this is on the go code. This is not pre-planned code. So this is it, and we can borrow some part of the code from the top, at least this part, which is the catch part. And I'll just go ahead and throw it up here. And we can just go ahead and mark it like this, or write it full error, doesn't really matter. So you get the idea, and whole bunch of idea that how this is being done. So we have worked on the get, post, all of this. Similarly, we can work on the to-dos part as well. So all the to-dos, whatever you want to do, you want to find all the to-dos. Maybe you want to find just the post of them, some of them, totally up to you how you want to work with that. And again, we are also restricting the user that, hey, you cannot make more than 3 to-dos free. So you have to check that in the database every single time, that what's the count of it. So it would be a fun exercise. Let's do that based on this. So in the to-dos, let's open up the route. This is the classic route. And I think we can borrow some of the top code. Yep, why not? So this is my route. Let's bring this up. All right, so what we're going to do is we are also going to mark an items per page so that we can have, if we wish, we can have the pagination as well. No problem there. And again, rest of the stuff is going to remain as it is. So this is going to be async. export async. Why is it not highlighting the color? And we'll say function, and this one is going to be get method, just like this. There we go. So what are our plans with that? We will have get and we will have the post as well. We'll worry about the post in a minute. So post is just adding the new to do. That's the one. And the get part is where you simply grab it. Again, basics are going to remain exactly same. So yes, we can borrow this piece of code. We have to find the user in any case. So let's just say we find the user and it's all there. Now, maybe you want to introduce, because it's a get request in the to-dos, maybe you want to inject the search functionality as well. You want to inject the pagination functionality as well. So that also is fairly easy. So from the new URL, you can grab the request URL. So request URL, and that can give you the search params as well. So let's just say we simply go ahead and work like this. And I say this is going to be search params. So you have grabbed this one, request.url. All right, why are you not having the access of request? Because I never gave it to you. Request, that will be of type next request. There we go. Now you have access to this next request, and now I'll be able to grab the search params out of it, and I can give you the page as well, that what page you are on. And that should be fairly easy. That is page. How to do that? I'll just go ahead and say inside the search params, I'll get the page as well. You'll send it to me with the name of page. The thing is that this needs to be in the number. So how do we do that? The easiest way to do this is say parse int, use this method, and there we go. So now we have this whole thing. Now, if that is not coming us in the number format, that means we'll just parse it as 1. All right. Why are you having the issue? It says argument type string is not assignable. That's interesting. So search params.get, and we say page. That is an issue. Or what we can do is mark this as like this, and now 100% either this will be converted into 1, or if we get the value from the string, should be okay now. All right. Maybe you also want to give the search functionality within this particular route. That is also possible. So let's just go ahead and say we give it a search just like this, and you'll give me a search params and .get. This is classic NextJS 101, and I extract it with the term of search. All right. And if that is not the case, I'm not able to grab it, then I'll mark this as an empty. All right. Okay, now the thing is, how do we search based on this? How do we write the query? It's going to be a little bit of a longer query in the term of Prisma, but again, no big deal. So let's try this out. So we just say await Prisma dot, this time we'll hunt in the to-do table, and we want to find many this time. All right, let's see, how do we write the query? Okay, because there's a lot of things that we want to find, but also the most important thing is I want to find the to-do for the user, for my user only, or whoever is logged in. So the first clause is obviously a where clause. And in the where clause, I'll just say that, hey, you need to find based on the user ID only. User ID. So ID will be automatically matched with the user ID. Okay, once we have this, then we want to match based on if we have search parameters. So let's just say we want to have a title, and in the titles we'll provide the field like contains. We are not hunting for the precise one, but we'll just say, hey, if there is a search title, let's just go ahead and fill that. And with this, it is also recommended that you give it a mode, which is in case sensitive. Insensitive, which is actually case sensitive. So it's not insensitive, it's in case sensitive, but we write it this way. All right, so once we are done with this, this is the classic query that is being written. So where clause ends. Now, how do you want to arrange it properly? So maybe you want to give it order by clause. Yep, that's also allowed. So let's just say we want to have it by created at, and then it can be like this. All right, so order by, we have talked quite a lot in our Udemy course on this one. And how many you want to take. So there are two things in the Prisma, the take and skip. So let's just say you want to take, how many you want to take items per page. So I'll just say that, hey, give me items per page. So these many items I want to take. Now, how many you want to skip? Because on the first page, if you are taking all the 10 items, good. But on the page 2, you need to skip the 10 items and start from 11 to the 20. So for this, I really like how Prisma actually deal with that, which is skip. How many items you want to skip. And this is a classic formula in case anybody has worked. So this is page minus 1 and times items per page. If you have worked any time in the pagination, this should be by heart to you now. But the whole idea is if the page is 1, so that means 1 minus 1 will be 0, and we'll be multiplying it with the items. So whatever you multiply 0, so that means you are not skipping anything at all. And again, on the page 1, you are not skipping anything. On the page 2, as soon as you move, 2 minus 1 is 1. So, and 1 times 10 is 10. So you're skipping the 10 items. If you move on the page 3, so 3 minus 1 is 2. So 20 items you are skipping on the third page. So it's from 21 to 30. Classic 101 technique. So this is how you actually craft. And once you're done this, that means you have a lot of to-dos. And now we can store that into a variable like this, to-dos, just like this. And now you have a lot of to-dos. Okay, and I want to find out that how many to-dos are actually there. So if you want to wish that, hey, I'll give you that idea about how many to-dos, you can send this to-dos as well. User can find it out. It's an array anyways. But since we are here, we can actually write another query as well. So await, and I can ask Prisma, if I can write that, Prisma to do and dot count. And there we go. Again, we have to provide the query here as well. Again, nobody writes a query like 2 times like this, but just to show you stuff. So again, the where clause is going to remain exactly same. I want to find based on the user ID, and title is going to be like this. Same thing. Whatever we have done above, we are going to do exactly same. The only new method that comes up here is the count. This returns you the number of rows that it has counted. That's it. Nothing, no big deal. I'll say contains the search field, and we'll say the mode case incentive, but thank goodness the autocomplete is there. All right, so this is the part where you can just have it into a variable, call this one as total items. There we go. So this is the list of all the items. Maybe there are 100 items, so maybe you want to work with that. You can find that in the from the to-dos as well. It's up to you. It's up to you that how you are actually doing. Maybe you want to send the total pages. If you want to send the total pages, that's also an easy one. I'll just say total pages. Total pages is pretty easy to find out how many total items are there, and divided by items per page. That's easy. Let's also seal this up. Otherwise, not a good one to send like this. I'll just say math.seal. I'm having fun. You can already see that. All right, so this is the one. And now let's send the response. Otherwise, I'll be keep on working more methods here. Return next response.json. I love to write backends. JSON just like that. What do you want to do? I want to send the to-dos. These are all to-dos. Also send the current page, not current user, current page. What's the current page is the page. We also would love to send the total page, total pages. Why are you complaining? All right, so pretty good. And this catch part, not worry too much. I'll just borrow the code. The error should be handled much nicely, but I'm not worried at this point, whatever is coming in. You can handle that. I am absolutely sure on you. All right, so this is the fun part where we worked on the get, and we have worked on even the search part, the pagination, the order by. It's a good fun stuff, and there is nothing more to discuss on this. So this is your classic crash course on Prisma. All right. Okay, what do we want to do next up? What we were doing. So this is the to-dos. We were adding the to-dos. So we were getting the to-dos basically. We haven't posted a to-do yet. I haven't done that. Okay, let's have some fun with this one. And also let's restrict the user so that he cannot post more than 3. That's all the logic part. So let's go up here. The top code is going to be same, at least this much. Copy that and bring it. Copying the code is never a problem. Copying the things which you don't know what you're copying, that is the problem. All right, so what do we want to do? First of all, what we want to do is find the user itself so that we can actually link it up, and we have to craft a query as well. Anyways, so this is the user we have find out from the authentication itself. Now we want to look into the database as well. So prisma.user find unique, and this method will take a where clause and find it based on the ID, which is going to come up with the user ID. And we are going to say that, hey, this time go ahead and include. Include is basically your join operation. So this is going to join the together. What do we want to include is like this. So we'll just say go ahead and include. There might be many of them, so we want to include to-dos, turn it on as a true. So that's it. Now you have not only grabbed the user, but actually you have grabbed all the related fields with that. We can store that into a variable just like that. So what is happening right now is we have this user, and based on this we have to-dos, and this to-dos needs to be looked up into this to-dos. So all the arrays just give me all that information as well. That's what I'm saying here. In case any point of time you find that, hey, I don't know what this include is, you can just go ahead and look onto this. Nope, we have to go for this. So I think we have a tab open for Prisma. Yep, I can search for this. So include relational databases, of course. Nope. We have to look for it. Include method. All right, so invoke the raw query method. No, not raw query. I think this is where we can find some of the methods. Yes, this is where how you have to dig up into this. Ooh, too much, too much. Ooh. Did I crash it? I guess so. I crashed it. Anyways, so you get the idea. I'll show you more on that. So by the way, if you are confused like what's happening, how is it happening, it's a good idea to just go ahead and say, hey, I'll just go ahead and do a console log of user like that, so that you know that what exactly I'm getting, what this result is giving me. This is always the best thing to do in case you're not able to find what's the detail on the docs or something. I'll also go ahead and check if there is no user, then it's a good idea to just stop the application right here. So we'll just say return, and we'll say next response.json, just work like that, and we'll say error will be user not found, and we can have a status which can be 404 because user is not there. All right, so this is the basic. Now let's come up into the logic part. Yeah, I want that user should not be able to post if he is above the threshold. It could be a top variable value, it could be environment variable value as well. It totally depends on you. I want that the user should be subscribed, and if user is not subscribed, then highest limit I want to give is 3. So let's just write this. Let's write this into a piece of code. I want that user should not be subscribed, and the to-do should be less than 3. So not user subscribed suggestions. No suggestion. Why so? There is a field there in the user. Yep, is subscribed. I am looking for this. So copy that. Why are you not suggesting me? Oh, because I forgot the wait. That's why not suggesting me. Is subscribed. Oh, by the way, in case anything, this is a personal trick that I want to mention this. And again, bookmark this in case you're watching this. So whenever in the Prisma or any such thing, you are not getting these suggestions, that means you forgot the wait. So keep that in mind. It will save you so many hours in the debugging. And thank me whenever you find that. All right, so if you are not subscribed and your user, now we have access to to-dos. So this whole to-dos, and by the way, this whole to-dos is an array. So now classic JavaScript kicks in. So if it is to-do or to-dos, good job there. To-dos.length, I can find this length. It's a classic array. If it is greater than or equal to 3, and you are not subscribed, that means, hey, I'm not going to allow you to do so. You have exhausted my limit of creating to-dos. It's so funny that we are restricting the user on this mere thing of creating the to-dos. JSON just like this, and we simply go ahead and say error, and we'll passing an error. Free users can only create up to 3 to-dos. You might be wondering, now you're writing good messages when it comes that, hey, somebody is going to pay for it. Please subscribe to our paid plans to write more awesome to-dos. And if you wish, we can send the status as well. Status, and status would be 403. Again, it's up to you what status you want to send. All right, but if that's not the case, this is a classic check whether you are paid or, but if the check doesn't went into, like you are allowed to do so, then go ahead and grab the data from the body. So request.json, request.json. So there we go. Hold that into, or let's just directly destructure. So I'll just go ahead and say title, just like this. And we don't have access to request. So request, which is going to be of type next request. All right, so now you have access to this. Now in this case, we are just having the title in the to-do itself. But if you have more things, rest of them things are actually automatically coming up. But if you have more field, go ahead, grab more field, not stopping you. Nobody can stop you actually. After that, hit that Prisma and set that into the database. Prisma.todo.create, and this is how we create. All right. We need to send just the data, and data is just one thing, which is title. We will also send the user ID because we have access of this. Now let's store that into a variable, call this as to do or new to do or created to do, whatever you want to call. And then we'll simply say that, hey, we want to return the next response, just like this. A simple JSON would do. And inside this, let's just directly send the to do just like that. And we'll also go ahead and say status is 201. Everything was good. All right, fun. It was fun writing this. So that's why I say logic writing is always fun. You just need to think out loud. That is the most important part of it. All right, and I'm pretty sure I've done some mistake, and most of you will be able to catch it. And that's the goal. You become better than me. That's what makes me happy. Oh, we also can write some of the routes for individual to-dos where you can actually hit the put request to update the to-dos. You can just go ahead and hit the delete as well. Delete is actually probably the easiest one. Let me just write at least the delete, and you can write the put as well. No big deal. I'll give you the code as well. Don't worry, I'll write that. Okay, this is the one where we are going into the to-dos and capturing the params now. All right, so the basics remain exactly same from the top at least. And copy that. Why do we have current user? We don't need that. Paste this. This is the basics that will come. And let's at least write a delete method just for the sake of fun. Export async, and we'll be saying function delete, just like that. All right. What do we want to do in the delete? Now, delete, I expect that first of all, I do have access to request, which will be next request, just like that. And not only that, I need more access. So you'll be sending me params, because without the params, how we'll be able to grab anything. And this params needs to go like this. So we'll be having params. Again, we are in the TypeScript world, so that's why additional types are always there. And I expect that this is going to come up as an ID and in the format of string. This is a little awkward. So what this basically is saying that I'm expecting I have an access to request, but it's also saying I'm expecting that I will be having a parameter access. So it will be something like, hey, somebody is coming up into /API/to-dos. And after that, there will be some ID, like it could be 1 or it could be any gibberish like this. So whatever that is, I need an access on this so that based on this, when I find the user, I can know that which to-do I'm actually interacting with. So for this, I'm saying that, hey, give me that params. Now what this params is, I'm mentioning its data type as well, that this params is going to be of type ID. And because in the square brackets, I've written ID, that's why this ID is important here. And this is going to be a type of string. This is NextJS 101. This is nothing has to do with the Prisma or the application that we are building up. All right. Once we are here, let's just go ahead and grab the user ID that we can grab from auth itself. There we go. Let's check whether it is there or not. If we don't have a user ID, then we simply go ahead and say, hey, return next response. I would love to enable my AI extension now because it's all flow now. Error is going to be unauthorized. Unauthorized. All right. This is the basics. And once I'm done, I would love to send a status as well. These regular things of status, AI really take care of them really well. The boring part, they take really well. Of course, we are interacting with the database. So let's fire up a try catch and see that how we can write that. First of all, I want to grab from the params, I would love to grab the ID so that I know that which to do I'm handling. So to do ID, I will be able to grab that through the params.id. Again, the reason I'm saying it as ID, params, I'm able to say ID because in the square brackets in the route, I have mentioned in the squares that this is going to be an ID. Now find the ID from the to-dos table. Pretty simple. Go ahead and await, call your Prisma and say, hey, I want to find a unique prisma.todo.find unique and mention your criteria. That means your where clause. And we'll say, go ahead and hunt for ID whose ID is to do ID. That's it. Once you have grabbed it, go ahead and store this. So you have access to this to do now. And now feel free to do whatever you like. Delete it, edit it. The functionality is going to remain same. Just make sure that you have some to do. Otherwise, if you don't have to do, it's going to be awkward. So copy this, paste this instead of user ID. If you have no to do, then it's also going to be like this. To do not found. And I'm assuming that you have a to-do access now. And not only the to-do, also make sure that you are able to find the to-do which is your to-do. Otherwise, I don't want you to delete other people's to-do. It's also simple. If we have this to-do, we know that in each to-do we are storing the user ID. And if that is not equals to the user ID that I have grabbed from the clerk, then that means you're not allowed to do this operation. So in that case, just go ahead and return the whole execution from here. Next response. Told you, pretty simple to check these things. Next response.json, and we can mark this error as forbidden. Forbidden. And we can just go ahead and simply say status is going to be 403. That is it. Really basic. Now, since we want to delete, don't want to update, we could have done that as well. Let's just go ahead and say await. We just need to hit the query now. That's it. Prisma.todo. Why are you not happy? Why are you not happy? Prima. Okay, I missed an S. Prisma. Prisma.todo.delete. Now we know exactly which one to delete. This is our delete operation. We need to fire up a where clause. Every single time you update or delete, you need to have this clause. I'll just say ID and we'll just go ahead and say to do ID. Just go ahead and delete that. If you want to store that into a variable, go ahead and do that. But I think we are all done. Now I need to just send this response. So copy that. And once this is all done, I'll just send the response. And this time it's going to say not the error, but message. That's going to say to do deleted successfully. All right. Looks good. Pretty awesome. Now the error part, yeah, we're going to borrow. Copy that and paste it and change it. So again, the error part is totally going to be same always. We could have written a simple method, put it into a utility file and have brought in because these are the things we are doing every single time. You get the idea that how this is not really fun now because it's all like building an application. But the good thing is you are learning more about Prisma and how it's being done. The more you want to know, just go ahead and read the docs, figure out how to do the things, and that's all you have to do. And again, in the admin also, it's almost like the same. We just need to check that whether user is having a public metadata as an admin, role of admin, and that's it. Then start doing all the things. Really basic at this point. So I hope now you have. And by the way, I will give you more of these functionalities. So delete we have written, but I'll also go ahead and write the put as well. But again, you can just look into the code base as well. The whole code I always give in my GitHub as well. So go ahead, check this out. And if you are there, just go ahead and mark go ahead, boost my profile there as well. All right, so I hope you have enjoyed this part in this section. It was quite a lot in depth about the Prisma, handling that. And also writing logics is always fun. The more you see them, the more you see like it's not really that bad. You just need to think out loud and do things one by one. It has, hope this video has given you enough of the idea about building your logics, writing the things, writing functionality, a lot of fun thing. So that is it for this video. Hope you have enjoyed it. And in the next video, we'll have a small discussion on a couple of more things. It's still there. That is it for this one. Let's catch up in the next one. All right, so this is going to be probably the last part in our entire section of building our SaaS application, SaaS Starter Kit. In this video, we are going to work with simple things. First of all, I'll walk you through that if there is an admin route, how you can protect your admin and write logics for that. Really easy, but there is a little bit of Clerk involved in it. So I wanted to mention that, hey, this is how you do it. So we'll be writing code together. And rest of the things, you're going to write that, whatever functionality you want to give the admin. Maybe you want to have the functionality to search all the users. Pretty basic. Just hit the prisma.user.search and find all of them and just list it. That's really the basic. Just get the data. Apart from this, we are also going to move into the front-end side of it. So at least I'll give you a brief overview idea. We'll write some code together as well, that how the front-end is handled, and we'll walk you through with a couple of hooks, which are really favorite these days for me and for the entire team here. They are really enjoying these hooks, and they will help you to do things faster and easier way. So that section is going to be the front-end side of it, and we'll learn that from front-end how we can request those APIs, which we are creating from the last video, and receive some data and just display the data. Use SHAD-C and whatever the library you want to use, but that's basically it. Just get the data. That is the most important part for us. So let's get started with this. So all right. So where we are right now, just look at the file structure. So we'll talk about the file structure in a minute, but first of all, I'm in the API, and this is my /admin route, and you can have many admin routes. Maybe in the admin you want to have further like admin to-dos, whatever you want to go. But this basically we are writing the APIs in this one. So first of all, let's bring up some of the top games. So these are common, so we'll just grab it, this one here. So nope, wrong place. Cut this out. Command Z. We want to be in the API admin. This is the place. I'll just close the page. We want to be in the route because we are writing the APIs. So this is the part where you're writing the admin APIs. I don't know what you want to achieve in this functionality. That's totally up to you. And what I want to show you is how to verify that whether you are admin or not. So in this case, we're going to write a simple function that is going to just return you that. So is admin, just like that. And we are going to grab the user ID, and that will be a string. So whoever is using this method will pass me that. So we have already seen in the past that how we can have a simple user ID that we can grab from the auth, from the clerk. And once this is being provided, now how can we get the request of it? For this, just go ahead and await, obviously. And then we are going to use a clerk client for this one. Again, the clerk client will be coming up on the server side itself. And from this, you can actually go ahead and use a method which says, first of all, users. So all the users have this property. And then you can see there's so many of activities again that we can do. It's a matter just calling this get user, which gives you all the property of this user. You have to provide which user you are looking up for. So we are looking up for a user ID, just like that. Once you have access of this, that means you have grabbed the user. So call it as user, whatever you want to call it. And our job is to find out whether in this user, this is the page that we discussed earlier, that the whole page, yeah, in that we have the public metadata, the private metadata, and all of that. So if the user that we have is having a private metadata, and inside that we have added a key value pair, whatever the key value pair you have added. In this case, it was a role admin, but it could be user admin, whatever you wish to give in that. So if that is equals to admin, that means it's going to be a true, and that's exactly what we want to return back. And there we go. a simple method which can be used anywhere now. You can put that into some utility as well. That, hey, this is my method which gives me the idea that whether any user is admin or not. So I told you, it's really simple. Once you understand the Clerk mechanism and ecosystem, it's much easier to actually deal with that. All right, so this is the basic. I just want to discuss briefly about that. Now coming back onto the part. So go ahead, write all of your methods, get post, and have more of this. Again, coming back, let's close the API. This is the backend part. In the Next.js, you write all of your backend in the /API. I have actually created another folder which says authenticated. This folder is enclosed in the parenthesis, the classic brackets. So parenthesis, this is a route accumulator. It doesn't create any route. So for example, if I just go ahead and create a folder like sign in or sign up and put a file inside this known as page.tsx, it creates that route. But if you go ahead and use this one, this is a route accumulator. It doesn't create a route. It can hold multiple of routes together. In this, all of the authenticated routes are placed. So it's collection of these routes. It doesn't create the route itself. Whatever I create inside this, like for example, /dashboard /subscribe, this will be there. So for example, if I open up the dashboard like this, the routes that it is creating, for example, sign up is directly there. So this is creating /sign up. This route is created just like that. The authenticated, since it's holded up with the parenthesis, it's not going to be there. So directly we'll have a dashboard. This will be a URL. Similarly, we will have a subscribe. So this is going to be the URL. In this, we create page.tsx because these are classic components. And in case you want to use something like hooks or something, use state and all of this, then the most important step is to have a use client. This makes it as a client component. So it has access to all the DOMs, all the elements that whatever you wish to have. Now, what I want to show you here that how we actually reach out to the backend part of it. I'm not much worried about how the user UI is going to look like because you can use shadcn, v0, whatever you like, or maybe another library for that, or classic bootstrap who is there to stop you. How we can actually work with that, a couple of things we are going to require for this one. So let's go ahead and say rfce, create a React functional component, call this one as dashboard, just like this. We'll work just on some of the functionality part. So the first functionality that we need is going to be, I need to grab a user. How you're going to grab the user? For this, there is a hook known as use user, and that comes from the Clerk. So this is going to give you the user. We'll also need a couple of states to hold the to-dos because this is a dashboard for user. He will be seeing the to-dos, sending the to-dos. So we obviously need to hold that. Let's go ahead and say that this is going to be my to-dos. And this will be set to do so that I can later on loop through it, whatever I wish to do. And that will be coming up from use state and from the React itself. And there's an interesting thing. We can just go ahead and call it like this, that this will be an array and later on I can loop through. But since we are in the TSX TypeScript, what additionally you can do is you can define the type of it as well and can say I have a to do, which is a type we can actually get it from the Prisma, grab it and say that this will be an array of it. So again, additional stuff, you don't need to do it, but hey, let's just say we are having this one. Apart from that, we'll be needing a couple of things, but one of the most interesting thing I would like to walk you through is this package, usehook-ts. This is a TypeScript React hooks library, which is really awesome. You don't need it, but it makes your life a lot easier. If you look at the docs, they have so many things already up here. Like you want to use dark mode, you want to use copy to clipboard, you want to use booleans, you want to use debounce. There's a lot of things. You want to use local storage, screen. They have written some really, really useful things. And all you got to do is npm install just like this. So I'll copy this and let's go ahead and bring it up here. And that's it. Now you have access to all the hooks that this library has available to offer, and there are a lot of them. Somebody has taken really good amount of time for that. And what's important for me is in these kinds of application, when there is a search box or something, I really like to use debounce. So I'll just say give me use, and you can see so many of them, memo snippet, like so many of them. What I want to use is this debounce value, not the callback. So debounce value, notice here, custom hook that returns a debounced version of the provided value along with the function to update it. Yeah, that's what I want, and use hooks. And again, in order to use this one, let's just say that somebody is writing something. We have a search term. Let's hold that into a variable as well. Not variable, a state. So let's just say we have a search term, whatever user is searching, and we have set search term, and that will be a use state, just like that. And by default, its value is there. Now, how to use this debounce is actually interesting one. Here, I can just go ahead and say this is going to be my use. I'll say instead of this, let me show you. I can use this hook, use debounce term, use debounce value. I can provide a search term to this and then mention that how much delay I want in this one. Let's just say we want a delay of 300 milliseconds. And now I can just go ahead and use it like this. Const, and I'll say debounce search term. Don't worry, I'll show you the exact implementation as well as we go forward. But rest assured that now we have an array which has both of these values, and we can enjoy other hooks as well where things can be debounced. And by the way, if you don't know the debounce concept, sometimes when you hit your APIs, it's a constant request of it. You don't want to keep on sending the APIs. You want some delay, intentional delay, that when user is typing, I don't want immediate request to be sent on each keyword type. I want some 300 milliseconds delay, some 400 milliseconds delay. This is a standard practice in every production app. All right. So how do you want to fetch the to-dos? So let's write a simple method for fetching the to-dos. Again, you need to have an API for this one. We have an API. Inside the API, we have this to-dos. And this classic hook that we have, the get method actually gets your all the to-dos. We have configured our search terms, pages, and all of that. But if we don't have anything, we still want to hit that API. And the whole idea behind this particular video is to walk you through that how this is all being done. So const, let's just say this is a method fetch to-dos. If somebody hits that method, however you want to do so, to-dos, there we go. For this, you can directly call a method, just work like that. But what additionally we can actually use here is a use callback. Now, again, this use callback is not going to be required in future. This is a memoized version. So if there is nothing being changed, it doesn't make a request. It just gives you that to-dos. But as the React is updating and upgrading, things are changing. Now we have just a use hook, which is not yet in the production ready situation. But very soon these all things are about to change, and I'm super excited. So follow me up on YouTube. I usually share that information there. So this is a use callback, and notice here it says, hey, give me the callback and the dependency list that on what things this is being dependent. Pretty simple, pretty basic. Let me just go ahead and work on with this one. So use callback. I'll write first the function because I want the async version of it. So this is my function, just like that. And then I need a dependency list as well. Like, based on what should I fire this up, or should I work with that? Again, this is an array. Just like you have used use effect hook or something like that, use callback is exactly same. I'll say debounce search term. Now what will happen is, as soon as somebody writes this search term, we are not dependent directly on the search term. So if any change in the state happens, we will immediately be firing up this callback. But since we have used this use debounce value, that means this debounce term is only going to get updated after every 3 milliseconds, even if you constantly update that. Saves me some API calls. And this is how it works. Really basic standard structure. Once you see that, you'll never forget that. All right. Okay, how do we make an API request? Again, dealing up with the web and the systems, which is not always reliable. In fact, it's never reliable. Go ahead for the try catch or the promises, whichever one. Now, in this case, I'll just go ahead and say await, use Axios, use anything. If you are interested in React query, that would be awesome. But in this case, let's go with the classic fetch. Where do you want to hit that? Now, this is interesting. I want to hit a request, which is /API and /todos. Do we have a to-do? To-dos. There we go. And after that, we also want to send additional parameters for which we have designed our GET request. So first of all, what we say is question mark. This gives you params in the URL. These are query terms. The moment you mention the question mark, that means yes, you are sending this one. The first thing that I want to send here is on what page we are on. So we'll just go like that. Right now, whoever is calling this method needs to provide me that on what page you are. Otherwise, how would I know that you are fetching the to-dos for first page or second page? So you need to send it to me. Whatever you're sending it to me, I'll send it as it is in the backend. So I'll just use a $sign here. There we go. Now, once I pass on this URL, I'll receive it here. And this is where I get this. Notice here, this page, I'm able to get this as a page. So this is how I'm sending this. The page matches here the page here. So whatever is being fetched up there. Now, apart from this, you are also expecting that, hey, I am expecting a search term here as well. So I need to verify that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to declare a variable. This is a value. So I need to, sorry for that, page equals. So the search term are matched like that. So page equals whatever the page value is. And if you have more parameters, just write an ampersand sign. That means and I want to have a search term as well. Search is equals to $, and there we go. We don't want to give the search term. We want to give the debounced search term. There we go. So this is how you actually grab the value. So whatever the parameters you are expecting, that, hey, I'm expecting a search params in the URL. So just directly extract that if you wish, or just look for it, search params dot get and then search params get whatever. So whatever the value you want to get, just get this. And these are my searching parameters. So all these parameters are like this. So this is how the API links are being made. All right, so this is the request we want to send, and whatever the response we get, we just hold that into a variable. So const response, just like that. Okay, you might be thinking the job is all done, and to be honest, no, there is a lot more cases you have to worry about, and that is why people are a big fan of a React query. React query. Again, you don't need to necessarily use React query, but it does a lot of job for you, and that is why people love this. So whenever you make a web request, there are a lot of chances that it's going to get fail. And you can see sometimes you need to refetch it. Sometimes there are parallel queries, and sometimes there are prefetchings. And not only that, sometimes there is a loading situation, there is a suspense. Basically, I'm saying there's a lot of chances of this query getting failed, and we haven't handled that. For example, if I make a web request, there should be a loading page at that point of time. So I need to have a variable for that. Not variable, but state. When I say variable in the React world, it's just state. So we need to have a variable like this, which says loading set loading. And we'll be saying use state. And initially it will be false, just like that. And once I'm done with this, then immediately I have to set this one up. As soon as I make this web request, first of all, I should set this up. Hey, there's something being loaded. So as soon as I come up here and I make this, I should be saying set loading, and that needs to be turned as true. So yeah, this is the first part. Once you have received the request, and now you need to extract the data and turn this off. This whole thing, you don't need to do this. This whole thing are given to you automatically by the React query. I don't need to have declare another state. And this is just one example. React query does so much for you, automatically sending them. If there is a request that requires to send the chain of it, it does that. If there is a parallel request, it does so many things. Okay. So we have done this part, and now let's just inspect the response. The classic inspection that you will do is like this, response dot OK. And if you're not receiving a response like this, then we don't want to proceed further. We want to throw new error that says failed to fetch to-dos. Now at this point, if you have any toast library being injected or something, you might want to pop up a toast there that, hey, something went wrong and we might want to have it. But in this case, since this check is all done, that means we have received this whole thing. Now what we want to do is this response needs to be converted into JSON. By the way, React query also does this for you. You don't have to write any code for this. It handles everything for you. And that is why it's famous. So all right, we got this one. And okay, this part is all good. Now just extract the value from it, how you are sending the value. So look at your route, how you are sending the data. We want to see this portion of it. So in this one, so data, this whole thing is a data. This object is called as data in our case. We have named this. Since this was not a named object, we named it up here as data. Call it Superman, doesn't really matter. Now from this, I can just call my set to-dos, this hook, and can say from the data, just go ahead and grab all the to-dos that we have received. So this whole to-dos that we have requested will be injected up here. Now it's your job to simply write a simple loop and go through with all of that. But we are since also getting a couple of more data like current page and total page, maybe you want to store that as well. So let's just say we'll set this up. So first of all, let's just say set total pages. We don't have that yet, but we'll declare that. Total page. I'm pretty sure I've total pages. That's what I want. Total pages. We will also have the current page. So set current page, and we are also receiving that. So data dot current page. Sometimes you write in the reverse order the things. We don't have these two things. So let's just say we come up here and say here, and this one will be set. Oops, set total pages. This one will be total pages. We'll have one more, which one will be set current page, and we'll be saying current page. There we go. You have a state for managing these two, and that's it. Now you have all the things. Don't forget to do a couple of things, which is set loading. We have this one. So set loading needs to be false now. And in the catch part also, you need to do the same thing. Whatever happens, the set loading needs to now go away. Set loading is false now, so that whatever the rendering and everything you're doing, it's gone now. So you saw that how easy it is to make a web request. It's not that much of a big deal. And yeah, that's exactly what we have to do. Now, if you have been studying from me or from any of my courses, by the way, check out the Udemy course as well. I am pretty sure we have discussed so many times that once you have data in this array format, it's just a matter of writing a simple loop. You can write that with the closed eyes. That's a joke, but you can write that. You get the part. All right. Now let's just say this is fetching to-dos. Now I also want that as soon as this page loads, user comes up, he doesn't have to do this manually. He doesn't have to fetch the to-dos by clicking on a button. It should happen automatically. Anything that you want when the page loads up, you can actually use a really interesting hook, which is use effect. We have discussed that quite a lot in my React playlist as well. I go ahead, work it like this. There we go. And you provide the dependencies as well. Like whenever there is a change, based on what I should be actually fetching this up. So I'll just say, hey, fetch to-dos based on this. I can just go ahead and run this method. So if there is any change in this one, this method fetch to-dos, by the way, you can leave it empty as well if you wish. I'll just say, hey, let's just run the fetch to-dos method and provide one as because this is the first page for which I'm looking up for. Again, I'm not sure whether I should be putting up the fetch to-dos. Should I make this as a dependency? This is a question you need to ask yourself every single time. Whether on the page load, this should happen, or whether there's an update in this fetch to-dos, this should happen. I'll just say I'll remove it for now. I just want it to happen on very first initial load of the page, but depends, test and trial run, what is the activity you want to achieve, what you're looking up for with that. Now also I would say that as soon as the page loads, I would love to have another method being there, which says that, hey, I want to know your subscription activity. So let's just create a method for that. So fetch subscription status. And for that, what we need to do? I don't think so there's a requirement of a sync code here or the callback here. You can remove the callback from the top as well if you wish, but I think that is a good choice there. I'll just go like this. Again, let's just say we want to await classic fetch. We go like that. What is the route that you want to hit? Again, so for this one, we have a subscription here, and this is the route that I want to hit. So it could be really simple, /API/subscription, and make sure you keep an eye on me. I keep myself as well. Notice here that I have actually mistyped it really, really bad. Let's rename this. This is a common thing. You're going to see me doing that. I do a lot of these. Subscription. And that is why I love AI. At least it fixes me up on these things. So make sure you are keeping an eye on that, these typos and to-dos. Make sure you catch me up there. All right, so we have hit that. Again, same thing. Hold the response just like this. And once it is there, classic check always happens. If there is no response, no suggestion, no response dot OK. That means no response is coming up as OK. Same thing happens. If the response is not OK, copy that and paste it up there. There we go. This time, instead of saying that we failed to do the response and all of that. By the way, you can actually do the reverse order as well. if you have received the response okay, then also I can do such stuff. For example, I can just go ahead and say await response.okay. It's totally up to you how you want to define. And no, it's not okay. It's sorry. Typing and writing at the same time is challenging. But again, it's just the way of writing the code. It's a style of writing code. Some people write negative code really well. Like if there is no response, throw the error, then only move. Some people write it like this. It's a choice. And again, let's just hold this into a data just like that. Now you have the response. So analyze your APIs, that how you are sending the subscription. So if we go up there, notice here it gives me 2 of the data, which is subscribed, and it gives me set is subscribed. So we need a couple of states for this one as well, so that I can know that whether you are subscribed or not. Let's do that. Here at the top, I can just have a simple state which says is subscribed, and this one is going to be set is subscribed. And now I have a state to manage. And what I'll do in this subscribe stage, initially false is okay, you are not subscribed. And once I hit a call to, where is my method? Here it is. Once I have this method that I have called, I would like to update your status on that. So whatever the status I'm receiving, I would like to set that. So I'll just say set is subscribed. And in that I do have a data, and data have a property of, which I'm receiving here, is subscribed. So whatever the value is, true and false, I like to just add it up there. Now once I have this being set, that's it. Somebody can actually do something based on it, like show the subscribe button or can hide it from the DOM itself. But one thing I would love to do is once I fetch the to-dos, or even before that, I would love to call this method as fetch subscription status. Nothing needs to be done. You can just call it directly. So as soon as the page loads, I will have an access of this. Now, just like this, you can also work on other methods as well. Maybe on the dashboard itself, you want to provide user that, hey, I will give you the access. Why are you having an issue, API? We are having an issue on node modules folder. That's too much. What did I do? Or do I need a reload? Yeah, seems like we needed a reload just there. Stuff happens. Anyways, you get the idea. This is the realistic approach of how development works, and I wanted to show you a whole raw picture of how things are done. All right, so let's handle one more thing. Not a big deal. Just want to show you that how you can make the post request as well, because a lot of people get afraid of it. It's nothing to be afraid. It's just a fetch request. You can use Axios for that as well. But let's just say now we write a simple method for handle add to do. Okay. This one is going to be, again, a sync code. And what we are expecting is you'll give me title in this, which will be of type string. And arrow function would be good. There we go. Now, how can I send a simple that, hey, just add the to-do? For this, look out your APIs and in the to-dos, and we come up here. And let's look at, this is the get request and this is the post request. So it is expected you'll automatically grab the user ID and then all the things that you are doing. And I'm expecting this piece of code. This is our piece of code which we need to worry about. So title, we need to send this up and this will do all the job. So again, expected is that you will be sending up a post request. These are the two things you need. You can check them into your docs as well, or maybe Postman collection, whoever is giving you that. All right. Since we are talking to the backend, although they are in the same file, same framework, but again, we are talking to a backend because technically the API folder lives somewhere else, not somewhere, but hey, there's a lot of magic happens in NextJS for this API folder. Probably some other day, a YouTube talk, but let's just say I want to await. Let's use a classic fetch. And yes, fetch is not just meant for post request. You can change that to post any request. I'll say /API/to-do, to-dos. There we go. And then you can actually pass on a second parameter where you can mention other request options. For example, one of them, most common one, is the method. You can mention any method that you like. And if you put this, I was expecting suggestions, but they are not here. So post method, that is expected. Whenever you are making a post method, it is expected that you'll also send the headers as well. Not much, but at least one of them, which is very common, content dash type. Make sure you don't do any typo on that. C and T are capital in that. And this one will be application/JSON. We are sending a JSON data, so this is a marker of that. And the most important part, don't forget to send the body. All right, so how we are sending the body? Body is being sent or is being expected here in the JSON format. Notice here, we have this one here being everything extracted from a JSON. So just go ahead and say, make sure that you are stringifying JSON dot stringify. Come on, there we go. And we are sending the title just like that. Okay, so you have done this and that's it. That is how you actually go ahead and make a post request. Told you, it's super easy. And we'll say response just like this, hold that. And if everything goes great, we can check if things are bad. So if not response dot okay, I usually prefer this kind of a code approach. If it is not, then we go ahead and say throw new error. There we go. And we're gonna say failed to add to do whatever you are doing. And after that, what we can do is maybe want to refetch the value. So we can just go ahead and use our method again, fetch to do's, and we can pass on the current page. And why are you having an issue on current page? We don't have it. Oh, current page is Boolean. Shouldn't be happening that. Current page is not a Boolean. It's definitely shouldn't be Boolean. We can mark it as empty, but by default, we are on page 1. Again, these are the basic minor things. You have to fix the bugs on the go. Not bugs, I would say oversighting. But yeah, you get the idea. If you understand your code base, what's happening, that's my goal. I don't want to give you the exact tutorial that, hey, this is $1 billion idea, but the whole point is to learn how the code is being done. All right, so this is the best part of it. And again, handle the catch part, however you want to handle with this, with maybe with the toast library, maybe just a console.log, and we'll just go ahead and throw the error just like that. It's up to you how you want to handle that. So that's the basic part of it. And again, just like we have handled this, you can make the put request, send the IDs and all these things. Maybe I should handle that. So this is my handled add to do. Let me also walk you through. Since we are already here, we will just spend a couple of more minutes. Don't worry, I'll give you assignments as well. All right. So after that, let me also show you that how you can handle update to do, because that's also little new, not much, but yeah. I'll say this is also my async code. In this, you are expected that you'll be passing me an ID, that is a string, and you'll also give me a completed status. This is completed. That will be a Boolean. Whatever you want to set, you send me that Boolean value, true or false, totally on you. And let's just go like that. Okay. How do we make a web request on this one? So simple, try catch again. And it's a very repeatable code. Await, we're going to go ahead and say fetch. And again, backticks, quotes, whatever you wish. I want to hit a route, which is /API/todos, not just the to-dos. Now you want to go inside this square bracket. So in this square bracket, if you remember, we coded out the functionality of put and delete. So updation and the deletion happens on a unique route. Obvious reasons, we want to send which of the to-do you want to handle. So in this, what you can do is after that, you can just simply say / and you pass on the $ and whatever the ID you want to pass on. That's it. Now automatically this request will go inside this ID, and now this route will handle it. And notice here I have added the put request here. So we worked on that. If you remember, we worked on the delete. I have additionally worked on to do. Whatever we are doing here is really basic. Basically you send me the to do ID so that I can find that ID, and then whatever the Boolean value you ask me to set, I just set that. Really simple, absolute basic, couldn't be much that. But in this case, the fetch is okay, but the second part is important, which is what kind of additional methods you want to send. So I'll say that, hey, we want to work on a method, which in this case is put. Put is, we could have used patch here as well, but we'll not go in that debate. And then obviously the headers, that will be like this. And we're gonna say, no, it's an object. Content dash type, make sure the T is capital, and then we have application /JSON. And what else? We need to send the body. Don't forget to send the body. And there we go. We'll go same stuff, JSON.stringify. I'm pretty sure now you get this. Okay, very repeatable, very repeatable. And we'll say completed. That's it. And that is all what you have to do. Now, whatever comes after that is basic. nothing much. So let's just hold this into a variable called response. Oops. Response. And you know what's next going to come up. Once this is all done, I'll check for the response. You know, very repeatable code. And that's why people love AI in these cases. Response.ok. And here we can just go ahead and say throw. Oh, nice. Throw a new error, and which is going to say fail to update to do. Cool. And if everything is okay, then we want to just await, and we can just fetch to-dos again based on the current page. It will update the things. It will update all the things in my state. State will re-render it. All the job will be done automatically. And that's why everybody loves that. Since we have written this much, I am thinking, let me just go ahead and write the delete as well. Although I thought I'll be giving you that as an assignment, but you have plethora of assignment to work on this application. So handle delete to do. Again, if AI would be enabled, I would have done that much, much faster. ID will be of type string. Oops, lowercase. And we go like that. There we go. Okay, how do we handle that? First of all, await. We simply fire up a fetch request, backticks, where do you want to end up? /API/to-dos, and it's inside a square folder. That means a $sign, and we'll be passing on an ID. Very repeatable. In fact, so much so that I can just go ahead and grab this object entirely, just like that, copy. And this is what AI does. It just helps me so that I don't have to do this copy paste stuff. So all we gotta do is we don't need any data or headers. We don't need even headers. Why did I copy it? We just need to send a delete request. That's it. Because that is what is expected in the delete route, that, hey, you just send me the ID. I'll grab the ID, and that's it. I'll delete it. So this is it. And now you can do the regular stuff. You get the idea. It's very boring. Const response is equals to like that. If everything goes great, copy paste. Yeah, why not? In fact, copy all of this and paste it up there. So if there is no response good, we'll throw the fail to delete the to-do. And we simply go ahead and fetch this basic stuff. We are again fetching the to-dos, basic stuff. Now in the dashboard, I'll definitely give you all the code part of it, but it's all about a matter of all you got to do is just loop through this however you want, in the cards, in the sticky note style, in just the list, however you want to go and work with that. So now it's time that we actually discuss about the assignment as well. See, the most important part which people don't really understand is, yes, you need good mentorship. Yes, you need good coding tutorials and good teachers as well. But the most important part is taking things onto further level. Whatever you have learned here is great, and I'm pretty sure you have enjoyed it. But the most important part is to finish the project as well as add more functionality to this project. That might be really minimum, maybe slight tweaking in the UI, that is also acceptable, but at least something needs to happen. If you really want to become coder, it's important that you write some code. I have been writing that for years. If I write more, it will be just a length of video, which will be good for me. But what's important is, are you able to write this code? Are you able to understand the core foundation of it? So this is what my challenge now is to you. That step one is to finish up these APIs. I'll show you, we have a lot of them available up here now. So notice here, we have just worked on the dashboard. We have subscribe as well. By the way, you'll find the finished code in my GitHub repo. No worries on that part. We have subscribe as well. So we need to create a page inside that. We have the whole admin functionality. At least give the admin functionality to list all the users. And maybe in each user, he wants to further access all the list as well, and maybe want to update that. It's again a CRUD feature, nothing big deal. So give that at least functionality to the user and try to give me at least a different UI, maybe not the boring UI that we have built, but at least something more on top of that. I would be really, really happy that if somebody adds more functionality on top of this, maybe a little bit of the AI, that would be great. And again, what specially you could do is learn Drizzle and import this entire code from Prisma to Drizzle. that would be a fantastic stuff to do. I would be super, super happy to even mention you, retweet you, and give you more exposure so that potential employee can actually find you if you do that kind of a job. That, hey, Drizzle, I would be super happy with that. Again, there is so much potential in this application, and I'm pretty sure that you not only just gone through with the code, but actually the whole flow of the code, ability to understand it, and all of that. With this, I would say it takes a really great amount of effort in building these kinds of application, and again, rebuilding them so that I can teach them again. Finding them out, it's a lot of effort, not just by myself. Again, the whole team is involved with that. And what we expect in return from you is you'll drop just a comment that, hey, it was useful for us. If you can retweet it, share it on LinkedIn, or just go on to my courses on hitesh.ai/Udemy, that would be so much awesome. Again, not a compulsion, but I would feel really happy if a retweet can be done. That is it for this video. Really enjoyed thoroughly walking through this really long project and fun project with you. Super happy. Do subscribe my channel. I'll bring more such awesome projects as well. That is it for this video, and let's catch up in the next one.